YouTube. You're showing everybody the inside operation.
I know, because I did what you told me to do. I'm on the eyeball.
Well, once that's live, make sure to go back to your YouTube page. And
my YouTube is live.
On the Chrome tab in the server.
Okay.
Let's see. YouTube.
Yeah, it shows me live on
You're showing
here.
everybody the inside operation.
I know, because I did what you told me to do. I'm on the eyeball.
Like, we need to eyeball. Well, once that's live, make sure to go back to your YouTube page. Inside operation. What's up, fam? On the Chrome tab in the server. Sunday. Get ready for the show.
Is it showing the right thing now? Sorry. Shows me live on
Showing
here.
everybody the inside operation. Just go to that YouTube Chrome tab. We can go.
I'm on the eyeball.
Like, we need to eyeball.
Ed Durbin hears us.
Go
Good
back
morning.
to your YouTube page. Inside operation. What's
We're
up, fam?
live! Thanks, Nicky Ricky.
On the Chrome tab in the server.
We're beyond in the stream.
Sunday.
Momentito.
Okay. I think they hear us, but I'm not sure if they're seeing us right now. Just like to say good morning to everybody. We'll get the video up in 1 second.
Good morning, everybody. Caesar, Nicky Ricky, and Edward Durbin. Robin, whatever. Good morning. Stephen Brown, my poker buddy. Bart Zach. Hope I'm not missing anybody. Lindsay Lenz. Here's good morning. Happy Sunday football to y'all. You get a happy birthday, and you get a happy birthday. Cakes all around. There we go. Right. What's up, brother? Good morning. Good morning, Low Key. Good morning, Miss Toxic. Live.
Sorry, guys. We're trying to get this figured out right now.
Sunday. Heidenreich, good morning. Ronald Giroux, good morning, Ronald. Happy Sunday. Nicky Ricky, Toxic, Edward Durbin, Robin whatever, Mr. Whatever, a.k.a. None Your Business. How we doing this morning, Nunya?
Doing awesome. How about yourself, MIA?
Fantastic. Big week of football this week.
Big week of football for playoffs for real football, and big week of football for playoffs in fantasy football.
You gotta love it.
Heidenreich saying we might sound far away. We got another little glitch, maybe.
Heidenreich, move closer.
We are far away.
We're a.k.a. None Your Business. Come here,
How we doing this morning,
Nunya? Move in a little bit closer.
Doing awesome. How about yourself, MIA?
Fantastic.
Streamlabs has followed us.
Fantastic.
Caesar's
Big week of
gambling and
football
winning.
this week. Yeah.
Big week of football for
And boy,
playoffs
if you
for
got
real
some Delvin
football,
Cook points,
big week of
you're
football
feeling
for
good going
playoffs in
into
fantasy football.
this
gotta
week.
love it.
Well, this weekend.
Heidenreich saying we might sound far away. That shoulder harness didn't slow him down one bit.
Heidenreich. No, move closer. And he's played with that
are
same
far
one
away.
before. I think was it 2019 maybe. I think he played with the same harness and ran 20 something times for 160 yards or something. against the Saints, I believe.
While we are in wait mode, let me at least let you guys know, while I was mentioning playoffs and fantasy, guys, please pay attention if you have anybody from Indianapolis, Miami, New England, or Philly. There's a lot of fantasy goodness in that. They are on the bye this week. It'd be a shame to lose because you have a kicker or a defense that people overlook that was on the bye. And for the integrity of the leagues, again, even if you're out of it, don't let somebody sneak into the playoffs or back into the playoffs just because you didn't put your lineup in. If you were in the other scenario next year or down the road, you wouldn't want somebody to just abandon ship. So do it for the integrity of the league. Fill out your lineup, please. That's the end of this fantasy football PSA.
Love it. So, real quick, let's see. These are the guys that have already been ruled out today. Some we already knew, some we didn't, but I'm just going to go through this list. Adam Thielen, Darren Waller, Tevin Coleman, and Elijah Moore over there for the Jets. Anthony Schwartz for Cleveland. Kadarius Toney and Daniel Jones for New York. Keenan Allen out. DeAndre Swift out. Elijah Mitchell out. Randall Cobb out. Jamal Williams out. Who the heck is going to ball for Detroit over there today? And then we got not expected to play Tony Pollard, J.D. McKissick, T.J. Hawkinson. Some guys Waller, coming back expected to play. Your boy, Nunya, Mike Glennon over there for the Jets. Anthony Schwartz back with Cleveland. Back with Galladay and Shepard back. For New York. Joe Mixon and T. Higgins both should be playing. Debo Samuel expected to play. Randall Cobb out. Chase Edmonds. We may have Chase Edmonds. They took him off IR, I believe, right? I think he's eligible to play.
Tomorrow night. Yep. Hello. I think I'm on camera.
I think we got camera now. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't. Hold on.
I did cut out for a second, but if you were asking who's going to carry the rock for Detroit, it's looking like Jamar Jefferson. DeAndre Swift is looking likely out. This is per Adam Schefter. Jamar Jefferson will carry the load, potentially the rest of the season.
Nunya, you should be live right now, cam-wise, and MIA, we're bringing us in right now.
That's right, Heidenreich. I'm on the road. Hotel Nunya. It's not terrible, Caesar. As long as it's not too long, I get to go home Wednesday. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Oh, all right. So good morning. Sorry, first cup of coffee right here. I'm gonna sip on that. Say hello to everyone here in the chat that I did not get a chance to yet.
Ooh.
Cheers.
Salud.
Cheers.
Salute. Nikki, Ricky, Heidenreich, Caesar, Robin, whatever. Good morning. Lindsay Linz. Lots of people joining us here. We do remind you guys, we'd really appreciate if you hit that like and subscribe.
Okay.
We're a 24-hour stock channel here on every other day, but on Sunday mornings we'll bring you a little bit of fantasy fun with MIA, Nunya, and me, myself, Odie Fro here. Hope everybody had a good weekend. We're going to finish up the weekend strong here and start out week 14. I guess wrap up week 14. It started on Thursday. Dalvin Cook's amazing show. But like we always do, you guys want to check in on some weather this morning?
Yeah, let's see. I would think some wind is going to be playing into effect at some stadiums.
So this morning, it's looking like everything's going to be a nice football weather day. I don't see anything on there that's showing like we saw in Buffalo on what was that, Monday night?
Yeah,
It was.
that was crazy.
40-mile-an-hour winds, at least it looks like. We've got some high winds for the Chiefs-Raiders game here in Kansas City today. That's about the highest on the board. So wind in Lambeau this afternoon. Could be cold up there, 32 degrees, or this evening, I guess. That's the Sunday night flex game, I think. Everything else looks good. You got one dome game later in the afternoon. New York Giants going over to the LA Chargers. We'll be talking about them a lot. They've got a lot of receiver issues. And the Giants, we'll see, have some possibility of good receivers coming back. Other than that, weather looks pretty good for football. About to start some playoffs in a lot of leagues, so if your fantasy team is on the verge, you might want to pay attention today. We might be able to help you lock up a playoff spot here. Of course, if you follow too much of our information, we might lose you a fantasy spot.
That's true, too.
Nah, I'm joking. All right. Well, let's get started with it. Nunya, how are you doing today? I know you are joining us from Florida down there today. Hope everything is going well and you're having a good time.
Rose up.
Oh, he froze up?
Should be
Sorry
back.
about the remote issue.
Gotcha.
Traveling man, that's the cost of living on the road, brother. Beard contest.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you. Who's wanting to do a beard contest? Heidenreich?
Apparently.
Who's it? Who are we doing with here? I already got like a month run. I think Bulldogs got us all beat.
Mine will be gone. 'Cause mine's getting to the point where it starts to get patchy. This is as far as I can go.
Mine's getting to the part where it starts to catch little pieces of insulation and stuff in it, and then it starts itching. Yeah. It's annoying.
Nufo, good morning, Nufo. The playoffs are looming. You recommend benching Mahomes in favor of Carter to avoid injury today? I would. I probably would. Nufo.
Wow, very well, Caesar. Good job. That's awesome. Caesar's already locked up 2 ESPN playoff spots for the season. Good job.
Yeah, I've got a playoff spot locked up in my big money league.
I cannot make that claim yet. I cannot make that claim in 4 different leagues. I know 3 of them I'm not making the playoffs. Yeah, it's been a bad playoffs or a bad fantasy season for me.
I'm still hanging on by a thread in that Hall of Fame league.
I'm going to do something here until Nunya gets stable here real quick.
Hey, ADACDC. Good morning, my brother.
Good morning. Welcome, Nicky Ricky. That's awesome. Bulldog Trading said your beard is getting proper, Odie Fro. It's getting there. It's getting there. I've had to take it down a couple times. It gets kind of fluffy. It gets annoying. You sleep on one side, one's all puffed out. The other side yeah. I've had it longer before.
Super chat.
We're getting a little.
Am I
super
back
chat
with audio?
I hear you, Nunya. Definitely. Yep.
Sweet. Sorry about the remote issue.
Oh, no, you're perfectly fine, bro. For sure. We got glasses of milk and cheers going on in the chat here this morning.
This is what we call dedication.
Nunya. Very nice.
You making it happen, being on the road and still coming through. So don't
Oh, yeah.
Try to get back video, and we'll see if it happens.
There you go.
I'll kick
I
the
see ya.
video off.
I see ya.
You're perfectly good, man. We know what you're doing, and I know the fam just appreciates you joining us.
Yeah, most people would say, you know what, I got to do some business on the road. I got an event, last night. I'm going to sit this one out, guys. Not none of your business, though.
Not at all.
So we appreciate you being here, Nunya.
Appreciate everybody. Cheers. Love you guys.
Cheers.
Right back at you.
I'm going to bring you in here. There you go.
Nicky Ricky, thank you for being here, my friend. Appreciate you. Yeah, he's a traveling man.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Traveling
Locked and loaded.
Wow,
Traveling man.
Uh-oh. Somebody's redeeming spicy froze already this morning.
Right.
That's a spicy meatballs. That's nice. Thank you for that. It brings a smile on my face even when I just hear people talking about it. I'm just like, uh-oh. Somebody's doing a spicy fro. All right, so we got Nunya back. We already took a little look at the weather there. Let's get into the running backs.
Running back time.
Let's do that. And if, again, as always, if you guys have any questions about any of your lineups, shoot them here. We got answers. We'll try to help you out the best that we can, and we'll see if we can do any research that'll bring some more light to what you might be questioning. All right. So last week, we got the recap. It was the Jonathan Taylor show again last week.
Yes, it was.
Surprise, surprise.
Right? That was amazing. Just, yeah. It was a great game. You guys, what are your thoughts on Jonathan Taylor, I guess? I mean, I know what they're going to be. Keep him off the dome turf.
Yeah, I mean, even when somebody cheats 7 in the box, they just scheme. Reich has the plan. They make it happen. He's a beast. He's an absolute must start every time. You have to be scared if you play against him.
Yeah, I agree.
He's in the zone. A few times in our lives when we watch football players that are running backs, they just are feeling the pocket. They're almost like a quarterback feeling the pocket. Like they're just setting up the perfect block. You can see it. Like when you watched old Barry Sanders, even some later like Jamal Lewis's, some of these guys that will wait around, they'd wait for that pocket to build and then they take. And you can just see it with that running back. He's in the zone right now. He's gonna be hot the rest of the season. I think, barring an injury, he's just gonna be on top of what he's doing. It's gonna be hard to stop them. Yeah, oh man, I'm impressed by him. Do we got any questions? Oh, we're talking about... So Jamal Williams, there's another game last week that was out of blindside, right? I mean, that nobody saw him starting because DeAndre Swift had a game before it, and they put Jamal Williams in. He has a pretty decent game, and Detroit won that game. Actually got their first win last week.
Yeah, I don't think another one's coming today.
No.
Well,
He's not playing today.
we'll be talking about that because they're down to their third running back in Detroit this week. They got a problem.
Yes.
I was trying to find out last night before I went to bed who the starting running back in Detroit is, and I still don't have confirmation on that. So it might be run back by committee. But
Schefter reported it's Jamar Jefferson.
okay.
Yes.
And it's looked like they're going to lean on a combination of Jefferson and Igwebuki, but heavily on Jefferson. Per Adam Schefter, and that was 12:45, so like almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Now here's my question to you guys: was Montgomery's game out of necessity for the Bears, or was it part of their weaponry on that day?
He was there on the offense, I thought.
Think it can be
I think with
replicated?
him, yeah, I think they're going to use him to his full extent. If he's on the field, he's going to get 20-plus touches.
Okay. So that might be something we talk about later on going into these playoffs is Montgomery's usage in a team that's not really doing anything in the NFC North, but trying to be a spoiler and trying to be healthy, I guess, going into the offseason. But who knows? I just look at that running back score and I'm like, can that be replicated for guys that are looking for that flex running back position, or that nobody's starting Montgomery as their one or two in most cases. They're going to use him on a flip play. The buys are also done after this week, so it's going to get interesting here. All right. Projections. MIA, you want to cover the projections?
Sure.
Let's mix it up a little bit this week. Oh. Okay. We got Austin Eckler up there going for Los Angeles Chargers against New York. How you thinking he's going to do this week, Nunya? They got him projected at 21.4. Seems like a great matchup against New York Giants defense, who's been good on pass rush, but they've been lacking in run stopping.
Yeah, even if the defense stands strong for a little bit, the offense is just going to put them in bad positions. The team is kind of floundering. I think Eckler's a huge part of their offense every week anyhow. I see a big game for him today.
You kind of on the same boat there?
Yeah. Yeah, Keenan Allen out. I think they'll lean heavily on Eckler. But don't discount that Giants defense.
Oh, I think it's a good defense, but they do have problems stopping the run up front, I think, a little bit. They can pass rush, that's for sure, and they can back defend on the backside. But, man, their run, they tend to give up the belly a little bit. And that's where
small
Eckler,
linebackers.
Mm-hmm. And that's where Eckler kind of does his magic. Is he'll stop you, and he'll also get passes underneath over those linebackers. They can't knock the passes down. That's basically a run for the Chargers, that pass, that little dip pass. I believe, and everybody's showing projection, I think we've got something going across there, that Alvin Kamara is back this week for New Orleans Saints. That's huge for a lot of people who are sitting on this guy and expecting New Orleans to produce offense. He helps bring that locomotion back to their offense, so it's good that we'll see Alvin Kamara returning. What are you guys thinking about this matchup versus the Jets? What a week to come back. You're going to play against the Jets, so. MIA, what are you feeling on that one?
I expect them to lean heavily on Kamara today.
Do you still think they might sprinkle in a little Ingram?
I think Ingram can always vulture a touchdown or two, but I think we'll see Kamara get the bulk of it, I would imagine. Although it's the Jets with they're banged up, so if they're not able to put any points on the board, I could see Ingram down the stretch for sure.
Save some Kamara runs for later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because they got by without him.
Think,
I don't think they won very much, but yeah. What do you got, Nunya?
Yeah, that's a great matchup. I can almost echo what I said against the Giants. Those two New York defenses are bad, and the offenses put the team in terrible positions. So, yeah, big game from Kamara, but always expect some Ingram mixed in. Kamara, I expect to have a very big game. Good morning, Stanley, and Heidenreich. That ain't even funny.
Yeah, Heidenreich's trying to get you in trouble over there in the chat. Good morning, Stanley. Tell Pauline hi
morning,
for
Stanley.
me.
Yep, and morning, Pauline.
Caesar coming in with I think this is a good point. My expectations for Kamara are lower because of the Vulture QB. The Vulture QB and the running back, both Taysom and Ingram, can take a quick little 2-yard touchdown from Kamara after he's gotten him 60 yards passing and running down the field. All of a sudden, here come Taysom and blink, blink, touchdown. Yeah, I think that's.
I mean, they still have an outside shot, the Saints, right now. They're in the bottom of their division, 5-7. But that extra game this year, I think, is a big thing.
It will allow some teams to slip in a wild card that we've never seen in ways before. Yeah,
and keep teams in it later in the season that in a shorter season may have been irrelevant.
When you think of it, that may help fantasy players all around. Because more teams will be wanting to get in on Game 17 to try to get into that last spot, so players don't get seeded. Yeah. What are you guys thinking on Mixon? He's a beast in year 2 already, and he's kind of putting himself in one of those top 5 situations for running backs. He's got a hard matchup this week against San Francisco, but this is like one of those games where it's like December football. I believe it's year 2 for Mixon. He comes out and he shows everybody, I'm a true running back this week. He's up there in the top 5 in my list for running backs for next year. Nunya, what are you thinking about Mixon?
Yeah, I like Mixon. I like the offensive game plan. They're home this week. San Francisco has a tough run defense, so that's probably about right in the teens there. I don't expect him to be on the top of the list next week. But I'm a big fan, and certainly, you're dead on point. I think they're only going to be better next year.
Yeah, I agree. And they if they're stopping him on the ground, Burrow will get the ball in his hands. Whether it's screen passes, Mixon is the cattle. He's the engine that keeps that. He's the Derrick Henry of that team. When he goes, they go. You know what I mean? And I think he's just going to continue to be a workhorse. He reminds me of Henry when he gets stronger in the third quarter, in the fourth quarter. Like, that dude punishes defenses.
I look
Joe
at
Mixon.
them like the old Dallas Cowboys, and I'm not a fan of the Cowboys, so please don't take us as a compliment. I just see the triplets. I see the Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irving, and then I also see the tight end like a Novacek with Uzomah and the other tight end they got, and it's just like, oh, they got a complete offense over there. If they build a defense, they could be the powerhouse of the AFC real soon. Like, winter time, fall time, they got a team that can play at any time. And it's frightening, but we'll see what they do with the playoffs this year if they make it. I still think they have a chance of winning their division. They kind of fuddled it up the last 3 weeks.
It's close, though. They're only a game out. Mm-hmm. The Ravens got a 1-game lead on them.
Mm-hmm.
That division, man, both of those divisions, the AFC West and the AFC North, is incredible. Exact same records.
It's about to get beat
like
up.
Like all the teams. 8-4, 7-5, 6-6, 6-6, both divisions.
And the AFC West about to beat up on each other for about the next 5 weeks. And I think that's how the North plays out, too, is just direct competition for about the next 5 weeks.
Watch out for those sneaky Miami Dolphins up there, too. Those guys have sneakily won 5 games in a row quietly.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's a good
NFL
point.
does that right with scheduling. They schedule those division games towards the end, and it all counts more. What a great deal.
We all saw the Najee Harris debacle up there.
Yeah, that was
Minnesota.
my fault putting that up there.
No, that's fine. I think it's a good thing to point up because he is considered one of the top running backs, and we'll discuss it real quick. We saw Dalvin Cook come off an injury and just light up the world, and then Najee Harris was perfectly healthy and couldn't do anything against Minnesota's defense. So it does kind of go to say that Pittsburgh has a lot of problems. I'm not impressed with that one at all. Did you guys get anything out of that Pittsburgh game? I thought Ben was done. We'll probably talk about this later on, but
I think Ben is at the Peyton Manning stage of his career, except he doesn't have. I think he still has a little bit more physicality because he's the big guy that's tough to take down, things like that still. But Peyton was able to still play the game based off of his football IQ.
Manufacture offense. Yeah.
Yes. I don't see Ben as being able to do that on the level that Peyton could.
I saw a team that wouldn't even talk to Ben when he was moping on the bench, when he was walking up and down the field, and they were just like, so? You already said you quit. Well, this is at least that's my opinion. I read an article that said he was basically done. And in my eyes, when you do that, a player goes up and down the sidelines, they're like, dude, you already quit. Why would I play hard for you? And then I tell you now, I saw Deontay Johnson alligator arm a pass over the middle that should have been caught. And it's like, am I going to go out and hurt myself in week 16 for Ben Roethlisberger, who's not even going to be here next week or next year? Like, that's kind of, I don't know. Nunya, are you kind of the same? Did you see that same stuff?
That's exactly where I was going to go when you were talking about Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning never wrote a letter in the open media to say he would not be back with the team during the season. He completely quit on the locker room, and that's tough. And we saw some results. I'm so bearish on them the rest of the year. He's done.
And then they did that little cut piece to like show Najee Harris was like the leader of the team going forward, and it was like, well, heck, ABC's already or ESPN's already on top of this. Like, they're not even giving.
I'm ready to be the leader.
Yep. So we'll see. Sorry to get off topic a little bit, but I thought that was an interesting game Thursday night. There was a good storyline that came out of that one. All right, so Leonard Fort
Carver. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Hey, Richard Carver. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. So we had Leonard Fortnite. Tampa Bay's at home against Buffalo. I'm really interested in this game, even though it's a cross-divisional game this week. Fortnite, sorry, is going up against Buffalo's defense. Been decently good. Had some holes throughout the season, but yeah, all in all, it's a pretty darn good defense.
Yeah, they can't stop the run though. New England.
What Jonathan
showed
Taylor
that.
to him, look at New England did them. Yeah.
I mean, if you can't stop the run when you know
It's coming.
100% what they're about to do, I think Buffalo's in trouble.
I think Buffalo's in trouble because they can't stop the run, and then they have to deal with Gronk, Goodwin, and Evans. That's the real problem, because now they're going to have mismatches everywhere, and they still got to deal with Fournette. Almost did it again, Fortnite. But, yeah, I'm interested in this matchup today, big time. Plus, I want to see if they can pass rush and hurt Tom Brady. Get him off the field.
Well, they'll be, with Buffalo, there's always a little added incentive.
Yeah.
How does Buffalo play going into the warmth after being cold for 2 weeks? Have you been able to assess that over the years? Do they play bad, or do they usually play decent?
They're not a bad warm weather team. Typically, they usually play Miami late in the year, every year down there. So there's usually a game like that. I don't think that should be an issue. And when it comes to transitioning, to me, I think it's all about coaching, discipline, and the culture of a team. You know what I mean? And they've the coaching staff and Brandon Beane, the GM, that's what changed that team. They came around because they were like a Cincinnati Bengal type team.
Right.
You know what I mean? If this was under the old regime and they were going to play in Tampa, you got to worry about what they were doing the 3 days leading up to the game. You know what I mean?
Clearwater Beach, y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine as far as that. I think they'll be up for this game. I don't think it's going to be one-sided. I expect Josh Allen to have one of his better games than he's had lately. I think he'll be able to have some success throwing the ball on Tampa.
I actually like that call. Wow. I actually like that. Wow.
They're not going to be able to run the ball at all on Tampa. I don't think that they'll try much. I think they may you may see a few end around stuff like that with Emmanuel Sanders, some plays like that. We may see some trickery. But I think Fournette's going to run all over him.
I have a feeling we'll be talking about Tampa Bay Buffalo a lot today. Just as it's a good conversation going forward. Plus, it's one of the larger games of the week for sure.
Yeah. James Martin says start 2: Saquon, Sony Michel, and Kareem Hunt. That's interesting because offhand I would Sony Michel had that huge game last week. Is he going to replicate that? I'm probably going to lean towards Saquon.
I'm rolling Saquon and Kareem every time. I don't even care what the matchups
Only
are.
because of the matchup. Sony Michel playing at Arizona.
Yeah, you know what, though? Darrell Henderson is out. We know that.
He's out.
And Sony Michel might be the feature back in the sense to try to keep Kyler off the field.
And, I mean,
they might use him as a
produced
stop
last
go.
week.
Yeah. That's not a bad choice. If you feel like Kareem is going to have a bad matchup, you might want to go Saquon Sony. But
that's my choice.
You are going Saquon Sony on that one?
Saquon Sony.
Okay. I just never feel bad about going with Kareem. I know he's always going to get me 5 catches. He may not get more than 40 yards rushing, but I do feel like he's always going to get you 5 catches a game, and one of them might give you a touchdown because it's usually down there in the red zone. But Sony Michel might see full starter privileges today, so yeah, it might be better to go Sony Saquon. Matt
Stifler asking, would y'all start D-Hop or Mike Williams in full PPR?
Okay, that's So Mike Williams is coming off of injured reserve list. Yeah. He is going to be the deep threat today 100%. But here's the problem. With no Keenan Allen, people are going to put all over him. They're going to just cover him with defense. So my idea is watch the tight ends. Parnham in a lot of eyes should be, or a lot of my aspects should be the guy to watch there. But Mike Williams probably get his catches. I just think he's going to have double coverage all day long.
What do you think, Nanya?
I also think that they may not have to rely on the pass much in that game. They may just be up by 20 quick, by 25 quick-ish, and then Eckler them to death.
Sure.
I like D-Hop there.
Okay.
I think he showed he was back last week. They didn't need to throw the ball much. What did they throw? What did Murray throw? 15 passes last week, I think. He had that nice
and they do have
20-yard touchdown
today, which opens them away from having to throw deep down the field as much. They could do little skimpy passes, but
yeah, DeAndre Hopkins is DeAndre Hopkins still, and with him back, with Murray back, I'm going D-Hop there.
I
agree. I mean, it is favorable. It's favorable because Keenan Allen's out, but like you said, number one, they can key in on that, and then number two, it's going to be the Austin Eckler show.
And I got burned on D-Hop last week. I made the comment they're going to use him as decoy, and what was like the very first play that came out and did threw a touchdown to him right early in the game. Like, nope, D-Hop is back. He's not a decoy. He's actually back. So D-Hop can play this week. He's definitely going to be out there. I see Mike Williams is just getting pressured a lot this week. Their teams are going to put a safety over the top on him and not let Herbert throw deep over the top to him. It's the only receiver that can beat him deep, basically.
All right. So that gets us through our projections here on the running backs. I'm going to get into a little buy or sell.
And James Martin asking again real quick.
Okay.
Also, I have Joe Mixon. Should I risk it and put him in the lineup? His game ain't till 3 p.m. I mean, it looks he's expected to play. I haven't seen any official announcement. I don't know if you guys have seen anything. If you're asking for that reason, James.
Where am I seeing that one? I do see a Heidenreich question. Did we get to that one yet?
We have not.
Okay, Heidenreich. You got a Tim Patrick or a Byron Pringle. They're both, those are AFC West third-string wide receivers. Byron Pringle is the Chiefs wide receiver, and Patrick is the one that's been getting a lot of action there in Denver for almost the entire season. He's been seeing probably 5 to 6 attempts at least to him. Yeah, I think I'm going Patrick too, and I'm a Chiefs fan, and I'm still saying Patrick's been getting the majority of
playing at home against Detroit for Patrick too.
Yeah, definitely good call.
James Martin, I would probably use Mixon over Michelle in that case. I haven't heard anything other than a practice day off for Mixon this week.
Yeah, like I said, everything that I'm seeing says he should be playing.
Oh, okay, there we go. I think I see the question.
So if that's the four of them, Nunya, you would go Barkley, Mixon?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would do the same.
We've got a really important question coming in from Richard O'Carver, and I will answer that with Valhalla Java all the way, Dark Blend.
Sounds good to me.
Cheers to that.
Cheers.
Cheers. Crappy hotel coffee.
Oh, I'm sorry. I probably know what kind it is. It's probably that Rossico or Rustico. It's like Quick Trip garbage coffee. It just tastes terribly acidic. Yeah. I know exactly what it is. All right. Let me make sure I'm live on the chat here. Matt Stiflers, thank you guys. Forget the Eckler's take on that team. Okay, sorry. You guys, I need to do something because you all just reminded me something, and I've got a player that I'm starting that's not playing today, and I need to get him out of ESPN lineup. So I'm going to turn my cam off and let you guys talk by yourself for one moment while I go and do something.
We'll do a little buy or sell on running backs here.
That's right.
All right, let's start it off with Montgomery. Nunya, if you have Montgomery, are you worried about the Bears throwing in the towel here in the next 2 weeks? Do you think they'll... I personally think they're going to run him like a workhorse until the wheels fall off. I think that's just the new way of the NFL. I think holding out... I don't want to say running backs are a dime a dozen, but if a running back's on the field, they're getting used to their full extent.
I kind of entirely agree, and I would say at this point they are looked at as a dime a dozen. They rarely get one drafted in the first round anymore. They're run them till the wheels come off, draft another one.
Yep.
So I think, I think he gets tons of carries. He is a guy who gets receptions. So I actually do have on my start him. I don't know how many people can actually buy, sell, trade anymore. But he's a guy that, anybody can get hurt in the NFL. He's a guy I would want in my lineup.
Yeah. Like I said, I think he's the workhorse over there in Chicago, regardless of who the quarterback is, whether Fields is back, whether...
Thanks for that good coffee, Heidenreich. I appreciate it. We can always count on you, buddy.
Here's a question. Dante Foreman or Cortland Sutton? That's coming from Odie live from the chat. Cortland Sutton's playing Detroit. Really bad matchups there, kind of like that Tim Patrick question. And then Donta Foreman, I think, is the starting running back for Tennessee today against Jacksonville. And I'm replacing Darren Waller because he's out for the Raiders today. And he was my flex position. I'm hurting on that move. That's terrible. And Kadarius Toney's out, so I can't play either of those guys. But I think I'm going Cortland Sutton. What are you guys going on that one? Dante Foreman or Cortland Sutton?
Probably Sutton. Sorry, I'm trying to make my changes too. I got guys.
Yep, I know. There's so many things this week. I'll bring my camera back in. I did my little change. Sorry about that.
Just knowing the fact that that league is full PPR and we have some interesting bonuses, I would certainly lean towards Sutton in that.
Mm-hmm. Well, this was actually in an ESPN league. This is a Westside's ESPN league. It's more of just a standard PPR football league. But I don't know if Dante Foreman's going to get the carries this week. So kind of.
Yeah. And Jacksonville, if the one part of the defense is good, is their front seven.
Right.
So be
right.
careful.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. Real good point there. I think I'm going to go Cortland. I did start Dalvin Cook in my other league in ESPN. Thank you, Dalvin Cook, buddy. Wasn't expecting that, but in the last minute, I got him started.
Yeah, the league that the team that I'm looking at, I am playing against them.
Oh, against Dalvin?
Down
down 50 points, right? Yeah, I saw that. Mm-hmm. Jones.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We got just a real quick thing, guys. I know we're doing the fantasy football show, but our 3 leagues have turned out really well this year. I was really impressed by all the teams that played.
What the
and
dog
we got
doing?
some fun playoffs about to start next week. Playoffs start for 2 of the 3 Bulldog Trading Fantasy Leagues, and I can't wait to be reporting on them. We'll have a little update here on the show going forward. We'll keep you guys all in notice of what's going on. So we're going to be awarding some fantasy winners here in the next couple weeks. It makes me smile to say that.
Yeah.
All
It
right.
went really good.
Especially proud of the rookie league. Those guys
Completely.
really embraced it. It's good stuff. I see a lot of them have fun, and they come and do this. And Mr. Bulldog himself has put himself together quite an impressive rookie season. So congrats, bud.
L Snap, Ted's Top Notch. Who else is over there in that league tearing it up, man? And then the teams that didn't do that well, like you guys were saying earlier, it's the moral, ethical thing here when you're playing a fun league like this is to make sure you fill that roster. And I pretty much see everybody over there taking care of their roster. We have a couple that are slacking a little bit, but not everybody's gonna play everything through every year. But for the most part, if you're enjoying it and you have a losing team, but you're enjoying playing and you're still stepping up and doing it, that's good for you. That's like finishing a bad game of Monopoly. It's part of the game. The next one will be yours.
Nufo asking Jamar Jefferson or James Conner. I'm still going to go probably Conner there, even if Jefferson's going to be the man in Detroit against that Denver defense.
I said it
even
earlier.
even if Edmonds, even if he's back, I think they'll use him more in a secondary role. To me, that couldn't be a guarantee, but Conner has been phenomenal since Edmonds has been out. I can see Edmonds being used more as a third down back, at least coming back. And how much are they going to need him? How much are they going to... I don't know. I think I would still go Conner there.
Yeah. Seeing some cool, well, not cool, but some interesting stuff about Aaron Rodgers having an injured toe for the rest of the season. There's nothing
Sore
they can do
toe,
about it.
that's right.
Yeah. I'm just kind of checking through Twitter here. Sorry for some updates. Did you guys?
Caesar asking about the split. I think we just kind of answered that as well. Yeah, probably close to a 50-50 split if he comes back, but it does look like he's coming back.
Yeah.
Heidenreich, I'm not sure. Odefro is going to have to answer this one. I don't know which league he's in, so I don't know what positions make it, but generally the top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 in the rookie league and 4 in the pro league. The top 4 teams will get in. Now, in the rookie league, it's a little different. I believe it's the top 4. There's 2 division winners, and then it's the top 2 wild card teams. So 2 of the top teams could come out of one division for the wild card, or it could be 1 and 1. We'll just have to see what the records end up showing up there. I believe that's the way it goes. So anyone who I think in that league that's like 7-5 or 8-5, I believe is still in the race this week. You just have to win out and have points. But we'll look at that. I'm just kind of looking over some stuff here. Oh, Julio Jones has been activated off of the injured reserve. We'll probably go over that in wide receivers. And Randall Cobb has been put on injured reserve if you're a Green Bay Randall Cobb holder. All right. So did we go over... we
haven't really went over Montgomery.
Okay. All right. So again, this is kind of the question I was asking earlier. What are you guys thinking about the output of Montgomery for the rest of the season? They've got Khalil Herbert behind him, I believe, still healthy there in Chicago, and they can use him at any moment. I don't know what the plan is. I've not been able to figure out what the plan is in the Bears for the last 4 years and what they plan on doing with their offense. Is Justin Herbert or Justin Fields even starting today? That's another question.
And guys, sorry to interrupt,
Sure.
but Rappaport just tweeted that Mixon has a...
No.
Nope, he's going to play. It was an illness this week. That's not the illness that sometimes takes people out. So he had a belly bug. He's okay. He's playing.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Good.
Appreciate that update. So where are you guys at? I'll start with you, MIA. Where are you at with Montgomery for the rest of the season going forward? How do you feel about the Bears' game plan going forward? Just your thoughts.
I think if he's on the field, they're going to just use him as much as they can. I think even if they think that they have Herbert, I think that's even a less of a reason for them to use Herbert because like me and Nunya were talking, the NFL, with the exception of a few superstar running backs, has become a next man up type position for running backs. So I think they'll use him for everything they can down the stretch, everything, as long as he's on the field. Now that's not to say if he has a maybe not as serious injury that maybe he would play through earlier in the season. That's not to say that if the injuries come back that they'll take him out, you know what I mean? Because obviously that would happen. They're not going to ruin his career over it. But if he's on the field, he's a full go for me.
Caesar's got the tummy ache gang.
Little Pepto and Go-Go.
What say you, Nunya, on the Montgomery and the Bears offense going forward?
Yeah, I mean, Nagy should have been fired a while ago,
Right.
but I say they run them till the wheels fall off, and that's it. And, whether they should or not, that's today's NFL. And I just see a ton of Montgomery the rest of the way. So.
Oh, okay. So in that sense, because I'm kind of with both of you on this exact same thought, but in that sense of just run the wheels off while you got him, while you can. Do you see his output being above 15 points no matter who he plays the rest of the season, or do you think it's game plan only? Do you think it's the last 5 games of the week here or the season? Do you think they're just going to churn and burn with him, or do you think they're going to be a passing team trying to figure out what they're doing in quarterback next year? The Bears got windy field. They should be a running team anyways, just on that alone. But I don't know what to expect, like output. Like if I'm going to use this guy as a playoff standard, that's what I'm kind of getting at. Is do you see this guy being somebody that can carry you through the next 4 weeks through a playoff championship?
I do.
You do? Okay.
Yeah. I
don't see him
think
as a
cold
true
weather.
number one, but
As a number 2
Things
or
like
a flex
that.
running back, maybe?
yeah, he gets receptions too. He absolutely
Okay.
gets receptions, so I think he's valuable enough.
Because I'm getting to that point where it's like it's the end of the season. We've got to start looking at the running backs that are going to get you 15, 20 points minimum standard every single week, because you're playing teams that are scoring, when you get to the playoffs, that are scoring 170, 180, 200 possibly every week. So you need to be getting double-digit scores across the board now later on in the season, where you're probably not going to make it against some of these teams. Yeah.
I think that goes right into our next guy here perfectly,
next guy.
because
Absolutely.
I think that's a good. What do we see happen with him through the playoff stretch? We got Pollard not expected to play, right?
He's not expected now?
Yeah, he's not expected to
Okay.
play, Tony Pollard.
Bulldog?
Right.
Go check. I think we already... Did we talk to Bulldog last night about playing Pollard?
I think so. I think
Hope he's awake.
so. What do you think with Zeke in the situation that they're in over there? I mean, obviously Pollard being hurt ups Zeke's production, but does it also hurt Zeke moving forward? You know what I mean? He's had knee injury problems, forced to take on a higher workload. Do you think that makes him a more riskier hold at this point in the season?
Nunya, you're the NFC East guy. Let's go to you first. I've got some thoughts on this, but I definitely want to hear yours.
Yeah, my thoughts are Elliott's probably hurt more than they're letting on. He has been the inferior running back this year. They've been leaning a little heavier on Pollard as it goes forward. If he was healthy, I would be saying Pollard is the better back. But he's out, so there's a little more advantage for Zeke. But even when they open the same holes, he's 3 yards in a cloud of dust now. He's rarely breaking them. So unless he gets the shots or whatever, I'm down on him.
Okay, so with Zeke, I always look at it in the preseason. I want to see how healthy he is coming out of the preseason. Because if he's healthy, he can be a beast and get you 1,500 yards in the season. But like I said, the first week of the season, I saw Pollard being the guy in Dallas quietly sneaking up. I'm not trying to gloat that. I just saw that early in the season, that they were just swing passing to this dude in all kinds of preseason games. Like, they're going to use this dude in their offense a lot. He can get you return yards, he can get you swing passes, and he can run the ball. And we know Zeke has been on and off hurt. I don't think Zeke's there in the future. I honestly think Dallas will move on from him this year at the end of the year, because his contract is so heavy and they need to figure out how to win a Super Bowl. Jerry Jones is always doing it. Now, that's kind of beyond the point. But going forward this season, if Pollard's hurt for the next couple weeks, I could see a heavy dose of Zeke, because they need Pollard in the playoffs to win. And I'm talking in the real playoffs, not the fantasy playoffs. I think they need Pollard for actual playoff games. So I think they could just use Zeke, like just run him to death for the next 4 weeks and see if that gets them into the playoffs and keep Zeke as their little weapon guy. We'll see. But holding on to Zeke through, if you're a holder or a keeper guy on Zeke League, keep an eye. I think he might be on a new team next year. Just my opinion.
All right, we got a question from Mr. Skywalker Live. CEH, Aaron Jones, or Chuba Hubbard? I'm going Aaron Jones there.
Yeah.
70% of the time, every time.
I don't know what Carolina will do with their offense. It could be an all Cam show today. Could be a Hubbard show. Who knows? It's not. You don't know. You do know with Aaron Jones, he's getting offense. Period. And they should be back to full steam. The only thing they've lost now is Randall Cobb at this point. So they're full steam. Green Bay is. CEH, it's another one of those you don't really know shows. So you guys the same on everything on that?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Mitchell Wayne, good morning.
Morning, Mitchell Wayne.
Good morning, bud.
Mitchell Wayne's asking, what is the forever
Unclean's
chances against the Mitchell Wayne Hardlucks in the Pro League? Probably not that good.
I give it a 50-50.
The Forever Uncleans has had problems all season long.
Hey, Fact Hat Productions, even if you don't watch or play football, we still love you and appreciate you having you here, even if it's just for the bull coins.
Most definitely.
That's
Thank you.
right.
Hit them slots up while you guys are here. You also got that gamble. If a heist comes through, we'll try to let you know. We are still Trader fam here, and we enjoy playing those things as well. So thank you so much for being here. All right, you guys know it. He was an ex-Chief. I still got love for the guy, even though I know he messed up, made some stuff, but I do think he's a great running back. Kareem Hunt, one of the top vultures in the league going forward. Cleveland's got an interesting matchup this week, and they always seem to use Kareem well when they do have interesting matchups. So I'm really bullish on him. Where are you at with Kareem Hunt this week and going forward, MIA?
I like him. I still think that 1-2 punch is a good thing over there. They didn't do much, either one of them, if I recall. What was it, week 12?
When he first got back, they had a pretty crummy week.
Against Baltimore, right? Yeah. So, I don't think anything's changed with him. I think that's such a unique situation over there that you don't see anywhere else in the NFL, where you see two running backs of that caliber sharing the load, and it pretty much, when they're both clicking, it's truly a 50-50 split. So as good as Chubb is, I think Hunt every game still has the chance to have as many touches as him, when they're both healthy. I just don't like the Cleveland team. I think they're still in it. Obviously, that division is really tight, but the way I see it in that is, if you're betting on a running back, you're somewhat betting on the quarterback to be able to maintain the game too. And I don't see that with Baker, so I stay away from Kareem Hunt if it's me.
Okay. Nunya, where are you?
I use Hunt in a PPR. I don't use Hunt in a standard. I think he is definitely more that type of back. He gets a ton of swing passes, and he's got the wheels to take it to the house every time. I need to echo MIA. That's a team that I just don't have confidence in the quarterback. That makes it that much harder on any running back. So, if you guys have been watching for a while, I'm not a fan of Baker at all.
No,
but I do think Cleveland's had decades of high first-round picks, so they have a good offensive line. They have a good defense. So, any running back has a shot.
Yeah.
Hey, morning, Neil. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're recovering.
Okay, Caesar saying I started Chubb and Hunt against Baltimore a few weeks back, and oh boy, they let me down. Yeah, that was I think the week that Hunt first came back, and it was not a good show. Only thing I'll say is Hunt, if you get him in the red zone, if you see him, they switching out Chubb to Hunt, expect probably a touchdown pass, not a run. He tends to get passes in the red zone area, so that's the one thing I do like about him as a flex position option. He does get passes, and he can put up tight end numbers and also give you running back numbers, so it's kind of nice. With that said, we've got a little
Mitchell Wayne had a question real quick.
Sure,
Allen Robinson or Beasley? Sorry if you did wide receivers already. We haven't done them yet, Mitchell Wayne, and we would love to answer that for you. Mm-hmm. Man, Allen Robinson is such the better talent. He just hasn't produced nothing when he's been on the field this year, and those quarterbacks aren't doing nothing down there. I'm probably, even though Beasley hasn't done anything with the kind of game, I'm expecting Allen to throw the ball 50 times today. So I would probably go with Beasley there.
Okay.
What about you guys?
I've been real disappointed with Beasley's just all season long. And Allen, I can never tell what he's doing week to week. That being said, I do think this week Beasley becomes part of the offense. I think they might have to use him as the running game because they can't get their running game going against Tampa Bay's defense. So
yes, that's what I think. I think he's kind of forced into a role that they haven't used him as this year, but we've seen
the Wes
them
Welker
use
role,
him in the past as
the Wes Welker 10-yard, 5-yard inward in route roll, and quick 5-yard outs as Allen rolls out. You know what I mean? Like he's always there doing almost a tight end out from a slot position. I hope that's what they use. That's what I see the game plan being today. But yeah, I would almost say Beasley.
Should be.
Nunya, where are you at on that?
What do you think, Nunya?
Yeah, I kind of have to echo exactly what you say. It's sad when you see the talent of a Robinson get wasted. It's game plan dependent. It's quarterback dependent. It's, again, fire Nagy already. Unfortunately, tough choice there, but I have to go Beasley. Who's getting Robinson the ball, and it's just an awful plan.
And Nufo had a question that we missed up there. Valdez-Scantling or Renfro? I go Renfro every time there.
Renfro all day. Absolutely Renfro.
Yeah, if you need a win, you might take a gamble on Valdez-Scantling just because Randall Cobb's out today, and they might get a couple long ball chances to Valdez. I can't guarantee anything with that, but there might be a couple 40-yard pass chances. But Renfro, you almost know you're getting 8 targets at least, 8 to 10 targets. I don't know if he'll catch all of them, but he's going to get looks. But Valdez-Scantling could get you in like a touch. If they've got buffers, if they've got point buffers, you might get some points from a Valdez-Scantling play today. I don't want to guarantee nothing on that, but Green Bay's going to be looking for some downfield passes.
Yeah, I think Renfro has become our Cooper Kupp. You look at the last 2 games, 8 catches for 134 back on Thanksgiving.
No Waller.
Followed up by 9 for 102 last
Waller,
week.
so you need a chain mover. The Raiders are going to need a chain mover, and it's against the Chiefs.
But I agree that, and against the Chiefs, real quick, last time they played, he had 7 for 46 and a touchdown.
Yep, targets.
I do agree, though, that Valdez-Scantling has the chance for some deep balls. Maybe probably has a higher ceiling as far as, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he might have a 40-point game, yeah, right? But on the other hand, he might give you 5 points.
Yeah.
Renfro's been money every week.
Exactly.
After week after week.
You got save points with Renfro. You do know you're probably going to get a 10-point game minimum from Renfro. You might see a double-digit game from Renfro, and that's the minimum side. Whereas Valdez-Scantling might pitch you an offer. But if you need a big magical swing, like to catch up in some magical point run, it might be smart to go for that. Also, daily fantasy, you might be able to get Valdez-Scantling pretty cheap.
Yep.
That might be a play.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Speaking of daily fantasy, Crypto for Us All, that was Streamlabs' fault. By A. Cooper or M. Williams, you put the period next to them, and he thinks that you're posting a link, so sorry for that. But we are able to read it, and you put together one heck of a lineup. I don't know what the budget is there. I don't know. The only one I might move would be McCole Hardman if you can find budgetary, because you already have Kelsey in that offense out there. I understand the Herbert and Mike Williams. I would love to have a connection in daily, but I might try and move Hardman. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hardman or Edwards. Brian Edwards is not.
Yeah, he's not been
as
producing.
productive
He's
as I
not
would've
been
thought.
producing. I've owned him all season long. Brian Edwards has not been producing.
I mean, maybe he has a shot today again with Waller out at putting up some numbers, but I wouldn't bank on it.
Hyde, if you can, I would take Hardman and go see if you can find the Detroit running back, the Jefferson kid for Detroit. You'll get more points out of
Jermar Jefferson.
You'll get more points out of a starting running back than you will out of McCole Hardman. We've seen that, and I was a big pusher of McCole Hardman. I drafted him in every single league, thinking he was going to step up and be the Sammy Watkins replacement in the Chiefs' offense. Nah, it didn't happen. We ended up picking up Josh Gordon, and we're still not using him. So,
Yeah.
let me tell you how I really feel.
Morning, Rosie.
Good morning.
Morning, Corinne, a.k.a. Rosie.
Our newest poker friend.
A.K.A. Puerto
Killing it on the
Rican
tables.
fire.
All right, so I think that about wraps up running backs. You guys want to take a quick 5 before we get into the tight ends?
Sure. If you guys need to go make a run, check on them dogs, get a fresh
Yeah,
hotel
let me see
coffee,
what them dogs
and
are
a
doing.
continental Captain Crunch cereal breakfast.
I'm running to the lobby for more coffee, y'all. I'll be back.
Yep, it'll be a couple minutes. I'm gonna put you guys on take you off the camera here, and I'll chill with the crowd for a couple moments.
Thank you.
Cool. I'll be right back.
And as I always do, guys, I really appreciate you guys joining us here this Sunday morning. If you can hit that like and maybe even that subscribe button, it really helps Bulldog Trading keep the channel going on YouTube and bringing it out to the world. Looks like we got about 27 likes up there. Maybe we can get that to 30 before MIA and come back from the break. We try to do a good little show here every morning for you on Sunday morning, and we take time every Saturday and kind of just plot it out and see what we're going to do. And we let you know we're all thinking about you when we're doing the show. We're trying to think about what's going to be best for the people and the questions that are getting asked, and we really appreciate your guys' participation in the show because it helps us create the show. So we really appreciate that. And I see Robin Whatever and Caesar, everybody. Just want to say hello. Adam E. Lieutenant Likes. Oh, with that super chat coming in. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Got a good question here. Jeff Wilson or Tony Pollard? I'm going to make sure MIA and Nunya give an answer to this when they come back from break, Adam, but I'll give you my answer on this one. I saw what's going on there with Eli Mitchell in San Francisco, so I'm kind of leaning towards Jeff Wilson this week. But then again, if Tony Pollard's hurt, you almost have to roll with the Jeff Wilson. You might be one of these guys who might want to look into the Detroit running back and see if you can grab him, the third string running back, just so you know you got a little protection there. But I'm probably going with Jeff Wilson just in this week's scenario because of that Pollard injury. I'll make sure that Nunya and MIA definitely answer that question when they get back from their little break here. But thank you again for that super chat. I can't get that low, not this morning. No way. I was trying to go west side low. I couldn't do it. Maybe if I had a little libation, not libation, but coffee. Libation's alcohol. Sorry. But good morning, Adam. I hope you're having a good start to your day. I hope the whole family's having a good start to your day. All of Family E. Let's see here. Edward Durbin's in the chat. Good morning. Oh, there you go. MIA coming in with his answer. I'd go Wilson because Pollard's doubtful and Elijah Mitchell's is out. Yep. I'm assuming, we'll wait to see, but I would almost assume Nunya's going to give me the exact same answer. All right. I'm going to check Twitter real quick. Make sure anything spectacular or new is not coming through. We've had a lot of players getting added to the IRs this week. So make sure you're checking your rosters on every one of your teams. And they're coming real fast. They're just getting listed like every day. Looks like there's nothing new over here. Mr. Ian Rappaport's Twitter. Let me check that. Yeah, more people for a Washington football team getting listed on a injured reserve list. But nothing big for offensive proponents of fantasy. Is T. Higgins playing? Let me try to see what I can find on T. Higgins. He had a very nice week last week. Unexpected week last week. I got beat up by him. Let's see, T. Higgins. A lot of questions about T. Higgins this week. I'm not seeing any confirmation yet. I'm looking for you. Hold on. No, he is definitely playing because Pro Fantasy Football Caesar is showing him as the #1 rated wide receiver cornerback matchup of this week. You might want to check that out. That's PFF_fantasy on Twitter. They've got him rated so high this week, yeah. So T. Higgins could have another baller week this week if you're a T. Higgins starter. Nufo coming in, Evan Ingram or Jared Cook. Ingram is still playing in that New York offense that's kind of lackadaisical without all their receivers, so I'm kind of going with Jared Cook, who's got a couple receivers out. I do think Parham might have a better day than Cook today, but I still think Jared Cook gets some end zone looks. MIA's coming in with his answer on that as well. He says he'd go Cook, Nufo with Keenan Allen out, and Giants getting Shepard and Galladay back. Okay, so he's looking at less targets for Ingram because of Shepard and Galladay returning. All right. Yeah, Adam, exactly. There've been a lot of players getting wiped out, and definitely take a look at that. Caesar, I think you heard what I was saying there. Yep. So it looks like he's a go. And that tweet, by the way, Caesar, was 11 minutes ago for PFF. So I think that shows he's playing. They're at least expecting him to play. All right. Let's see here. All right, sorry guys. Just checking a little bit of news, make sure everything's okay. Mitchell Wayne asking Heidenreich to sell me your F-350. Nice. Chaz D saying, Lieutenant Likes, glad to see you're safe, brother. Prayers for your state. Oh, yeah, that's right. Just want to do a shout out to anybody out there in Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, any of those states that got hit this weekend by that ridiculous tornado line. We're thinking about you here at Bulldog Trading, sending out all the thoughts and vibes. If anyone has any kind of GoFundMe or anything like that and you're in our Discord, please present them to us so we can look into them. I'll be happy to give to any of them that'll be helpful. We're not trying to push donations or anything like that here on the stream, but if you're in Discord, I'll be happy to take a look at it. So just a shout out to anybody who's out there who's been affected by that. We're definitely sending out all the heart for that. I live in Kansas City, so I deal with tornadoes all the time, and I know how devastating that is, man. And in the middle of December, that is real hard for families to have to deal with, and there were a lot of families affected by that, so we're just trying to make sure we've got everybody taken care of down here in the Midwest, and that's a hard situation, but definitely. Thank you for bringing that up. Jay Osborne, pick 4, Mike Williams, Amari, Jerry Jeudy, DK Metcalf, DJ Moore, or Mooney, full PPR. You're picking 4 of them here? All right, here we go. Mike Williams, hot. Mari Cooper, no. Jerry Jeudy, no. I'm going DK, DJ Moore, and Mooney. So Mike Williams, DK, DJ, and Mooney. I'm not doing Amari or Jeudy. I've not been impressed in either one of those situations. Microwave slow. Oh, he's making the coffee in the microwave. He's a warming the coffee up. Yeah, I probably have to do that too because my coffee was made 2 hours ago, and I think the heater kicks off, so I'll probably have to microwave mine. Did I miss a question? No. MIA saying Amari and DK in my opinion. Okay. So what's your other? You got to pick 4 of them though, MIA. What's your other 2? Ooh, Robert Harris. Oh, Robert Harris. Robert. I can't do it as good as Gone Postal. He's got that. What's up, Robert? Yeah, Corinne, definitely. If somebody gets those posted in the Discord, I'll definitely check them out. Pick 4, he went Mooney and Williams as an add-on to his 2. So MIA's answering that question with Amari, DK, Mooney, and Williams, okay? Now I got the Robert Harris song. I'm like sitting there doing the Robert Harris dance. Yeah. Caesar saying bench 1, McLaurin, DJ Moore, or Amari. I'm probably benching Amari. I mean, that's kind of reverse of the question. McLaurin I gotta go with. He's hot no matter what. He's gonna be on my starting list. But Amari just not getting the targets that I like to see him get. And just, yeah, not being a number 1 anymore, really. CeeDee Lamb's kind of taken past him, and then they've got other targets.
I don't like DJ Moore or any of those just because I don't like whoever's going to be throwing him the ball over there. Even though it's a great matchup with Atlanta, I think Amari Cooper, they're going to need Amari Cooper today. If Pollard doesn't play and if Zeke is as banged up as we think he is, they're going to have to throw the ball. For that reason, I would go with Amari Cooper over him.
Okay.
And in the other one, too, in the pick 4. I just don't... I like DJ Moore. I just don't trust that offense at all. I don't trust that team.
I understand that, yeah. Definitely.
But yeah, I'm back if you want to go get your coffee, do your
what
thing.
that dog doing? Yep. I'm going to transition you in here. Ba-bam. Got you there. I'm gonna cam out. I'll let you take any questions. I was kind of.
You got Nunya back too. You can set Nunya up too before you go.
He got back.
Mr.
Nice.
Nunya.
Very nice. Okay.
Look at that, hitting hotel lobbies back like Clark Kent.
Yo.
Lieutenant likes giving Robert Harris the Never Give Up trophy in the fantasy football
Nunya,
league.
MIA, while you guys were away, Lieutenant Likes did come in with a super chat. I don't know if you can scroll back up in the chat. You'll probably see it had a question attached to it. I think MIA answered his part of it, but I wanted to make sure Nunya got a chance and a chance to acknowledge that. I am going to step
you there,
away.
Adam, you the man.
I'll
Really
let you guys
appreciate that.
do that for a moment.
Yes,
I'll be
sir.
right back.
Yes, Lieutenant likes Pollard. I don't see him playing.
Does not look like he's playing at all.
So just on that, I would go with, what was the other, Jeff Wilson. And
Yeah. Sorry if that's a short answer, brother, but it looks like
Yeah.
Pollard is not playing.
Jeff Wilson, you got to like that matchup with Mitchell out. At Cincinnati, not the greatest matchup per se, but you got to like it with I'm going to assume that he's got to be the featured back today.
Yep.
But the tough thing with him, with Debo back, Debo gonna take some of those carries.
Okay, just came in. Sorry to distract, but Andy Dalton is definitely out. Not expected to play versus the Packers. So Nick Foles is backing up Justin Fields.
Hoo-hoo.
Ooh, here's a big one that just came through. Derrick Henry is expected to return for the playoffs if Tennessee makes it.
Nice.
How about that? All right, I don't see anything on T. Higgins. Do you, MIA?
No, and Odifro found something that came out an hour ago that had him ranked the number 1 best wide receiver cornerback matchup this week.
Okay.
So I think as far as everything I'm seeing that he should be playing.
All right, let's see if we miss anything else. You do the Ingram and Cook for Nufo?
Yeah, I leaned with Cook, with Ingram. Just too many things against him with Lennon at quarterback, with them getting, and with the Giants getting a few wide receivers back. It's not even like, we've talked about Ingram in the past where he was kind of the only option. I don't see him doing much today, and I think Cook and Parnham could have a big game for. Now, how is the Giants' defense on tight ends?
They're actually pretty strong on tight ends because it's strange, but their safeties are really strong and their linebackers are fast and smallish, so they do well in coverage. They're just not great against running backs.
Okay, so not a great matchup for Cook. I don't know. Do you think Evan Ingram's time has passed over there? Do you think do you think we see him there next year?
I definitely don't think we see him there next year, and Glennon's throwing him the ball. It points the other way to me.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, did we get to Jay Osborne, pick 4? Mike Williams, Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, DK Metcalf, DJ Moore, or Darnell Mooney?
Who do you like there?
Let's see. I would... Yeah, Mike Williams for sure. Probably Amari for sure. So there's my 2. Russ Wilson, while he didn't find Metcalf much, showed he's a little more healed last week. So notice I've skipped Jerry Jeudy. Not a fan. DJ Moore is probably the talent. Darnell Mooney, I just don't like Justin Fields. So toss up between Moore and Mooney for my last 2, but I would certainly go with Mike Williams, Amari Cooper, and DK Metcalf.
Yeah, that's what I went with. I said Amari, DK, and Williams, and then I went with Mooney just because I trust Fields more than I trust Cam Newton or whoever's throwing the ball in Carolina. But definitely, I like Amari, and then we had another right after that, I believe. Caesar C. Bench 1, McLaurin, DJ Moore, or Amari?
I probably bench DJ Moore in that case, and again, that's because of Cam Newton. What do you think?
Well, and you gotta think Amari has to be important today with Pollard out, with Zeke banged up. They're gonna have to throw the ball.
Yep.
I don't like that situation in Carolina. It's
completely agree. Hey, Adam E., I like that pickup a lot. I like Jamar Jefferson. They're saying
I'd probably go Jefferson over Wilson there. What do you think, Nunya? If I got both, I'm probably going Jefferson.
They're saying he's going to get the bulk of the load. He's going to be the workhorse back. That's where I would go in that case. Thanks, sports nutritionist. Sorry if I had that wrong, but thanks for contributing that T. Higgins is expected to play. Caesar will be happy to hear that.
Eddie Phillips. I need a flex, full PPR. St. Brown, Foreman, or Godwin. I go Godwin there every time.
I go Godwin. I think, I said it last week, Tampa kind of turned on the Jets after their bye last year and kind of just ran through and crushed everybody. And this is, although it's AFC, NFC, this is a really big game. I think Godwin has a good night.
Yeah, I do too. I think with Antonio Brown kind of out of the picture at this point, it puts the focus back on Mike Evans and Godwin, and I don't know. I think there's better chemistry. As much as I think Antonio Brown's a good player, I just never see him as contributing to a team.
Yeah, anybody who will go Facebook Live, a live tweet in a locker room for a post-game meeting, you lose the team. He's a me guy. Wide receivers are divas anyway, but that's sacred. He's a me guy. Nobody respects him. Okay, let's see. Do we have? It's 9:30 just about. Let me see if we got any new tweets or any action. I don't think we missed any questions.
I think we good.
Caught up. And yeah, the last is that Andy Dalton tweet. So he won't need surgery on his hand, but he's out. He might be Justin Fields' backup in week 16 is what they're saying. That. Eddie Phillips. We may have something wrong here. Not Chris Godwin.
Oh, not Chris Godwin.
Godwin Igwebukwe, and he's the guy who's supposed to split carries with Jamar Jefferson. Makes a giant difference. You're right. And then I go to Dante.
Oh, okay.
I go to Dante Foreman. I'm not a giant Amon St. Brown, even though flex, even though full PPR. I think Dante Foreman has proven he's going to get the carries in Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. Sorry about that. I just assumed Chris Godwin.
So did I right away. So thanks for clearing that up, Eddie Phillips. Neither one of us read the whole thing. We saw Godwin and we didn't even try to go to Eddie Bouquet.
And honestly, I looked at that and I thought that you were saying like I give thanks, and it was just spelled wrong or something. It's early, man. I apologize. It cut me. I cut off after Godwin. Yeah, I think I would probably go Foreman there. You know, St. Brown, he has been getting some targets last week. You know, the last few weeks. I did actually pick him up in one of my leagues just as a emergency thing, if needed. I dropped Antonio Brown, got him off my roster. But I think if you're going with guaranteed points, and I think that news has to give Tennessee a little pep in their step today with Derrick Henry coming back, and I think that gives Derrick Henry's replacement a little giddy up in his step, like, hey, okay, this guy's coming back. I need to ish or get off the pot. So
it's his
we'll see. And
show out for supper. Yeah.
Yeah. Julio Jones coming back, I think, helps the run game there too.
Yeah.
You know, Julio isn't the Julio of the past, but he's still Julio Jones.
Yeah, definitely.
Welcome back, Mr. Odifro.
Thank you. It does put a little pep in the Titans' step to hear both of those stories coming back, where they're like, okay, maybe we still got a chance to win this division and get in the playoffs and do something. So, yeah, I think that's a big proponent that they might use to get going, but I think it's too late. I think they might win their division, but I don't know. Let's see. Sorry, go ahead. AJ Brown, a good waiver pick. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
For the playoffs, if you have room, I don't know how deep some leagues have 2 or 3 spots, some have 4 or 5. Some of them will let you use AJ Brown on the IR. It's a technicality right now, but if you have a stash spot, when he was active, when he played, him and Brady had great rapport. He made ish happen. So if you have a spot to hold him, he may be really valuable, but it's almost like that 1 week you got to have when he plays, you got to leave a prove it week. So it's tough. What do you guys think?
If we're talking Antonio Brown, I kind of believe. If we're talking AJ Brown,
not bad.
If we're talking AJ Brown, I like almost exactly what you said, but I'm still weary of Tannehill. Like, Tannehill will throw to him 1 week 18 times, and then the next week not even look at A.J. Brown the next week. And it's so weird because you can't get a consistent 8 targets out of the guy every week, or at least looks, you know what I mean? Like, he's just not even looking at him. So 1 week, A.J. Brown will blow up, score 45 points. And then 4 weeks in a row, he won't even get a touchdown target. And it's just really hard with A.J. Brown to know what you're going to get.
So is that kind of like he comes out of the Belichick tree and you can never count on the same guy being relevant 2 weeks in a row? And
pretty much.
Maybe he's game planning that way?
Maybe. It's so hard. The Titans mess me up. That's why I try not to draft any Titans players, because I just have no idea. I did take Julio Brown this year, or Julio Jones, thinking maybe he'd have a great season, but he's been injured. But again, I have AJ Brown in 2 leagues, and it's ridiculous. Like, his output this year, it's not consistent enough to be starting as a 1 or a 2, even though he is a starting wide receiver. But I don't know. The question goes about, what is it as a good pickup for? If you've got room on your roster, I say yes. I don't know about you guys. I would say yes. It's another guy that's not playing on someone else's team, that's on your roster that you may choose to use. So in that answer, yes, I would say put him on your roster if you've got room. I'm not dropping anybody to go get A.J. Brown, though, unless their output's just been garbage.
See, now he's coming in with, and Heidenreich, we'll get to that tight end question right quick, but both are available, A.J. Brown and Antonio Brown. So which one do you guys favor as a stash?
Playoff
Most
stash?
Probably don't have both.
A.J. Brown.
I think A.J. Brown's got more upside.
There's so many receivers in Tampa Bay right now, and even if he does come back, Antonio Brown made Bruce Arians look like a clown. Other teams,
I don't think we see him suit up again.
I don't want to get too much
in
into
a
this
Tampa uniform
because of YouTube restrictions, but other teams were able to investigate fraudulent cards, and other teams were able to sniff that out. Tampa Bay and Bruce Arians were not able to, and they look like clowns in front of the rest of the NFL right now. And
it's not an isolated situation either.
Players,
this isn't
5 players all went to the same place on the same day, but yet none of them actually took the trip and can prove they took the trip. So there's 5 players on Tampa Bay who said they went to the exact same place, got the exact same thing on the exact same day, but none of them can prove they were there. And Tampa Bay couldn't sniff this out. Yet other teams have all sniffed out the same kind of situations on their team. So Bruce Arians is on the line. And to tell you the truth, Tom Brady went out of his way to make sure Bruce Arians brought Brown in. And Tom Brady's now kind of on the line for messing the team chemistry up by bringing in.
He is.
They won a Super Bowl with him, so
he is in that sense. Now if they let him suit up again, then I say it's on them.
Right, and I'm with you. I don't think he suits up again. Unless
he's kind of, not that he's been good, but by Antonio Brown standards up until this kind of incident, he's kind of been under the radar over there in Tampa. And why shouldn't he be here? Come to a super team with 2 Hall of Fame potential receivers, a Hall of Fame tight end.
Win a ring.
Yeah. But it's typical Antonio Brown, where the minute things don't go his way, he shows his true colors and becomes a detriment. So I think he's done. I think Tom Brady has put his name on the line kind of twice for this guy now.
Yep.
I think they bring him back a 3rd time. It's just a terrible look for the whole organization. And I don't expect to see him play again.
Nunya, I'll let you go here because I've got something I also want to finish up with.
No, it's nothing bad. I got a thought on they might bring him back for a Super Bowl. If they get into a situation where they're at a Super Bowl, they might bring him back because they want the Super Bowl. Tampa Bay wants that ring, and I think they would overlook it and be like, bring him back for the Super Bowl. But I'm with you, MIA, that I don't think they're putting him in a uniform for the rest of the season. The regular season, he's out for 3 weeks. He's out for the rest of the season, and they playoff might change.
Which takes you out of fantasy playoffs, which is what we're talking about right here.
True, that's a good point. It's a great point, yeah. But going forward, I don't think Antonio Brown's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer next year because I think he made Bruce Arians and the team look like complete idiots. Like their investigation property, their team. Scouting, they're not able to do what other teams were able to do in NFL circles. That looks like Bush League. It just looks bad. So, do you have any thoughts other than that, Nunya? Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No. I mean, you guys laid it out perfectly, and just the fact that he might be there for real playoffs, not fantasy playoffs. There's the answer.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So AJ Brown to come back full circle. It's probably AJ Brown is a safer bet if you're looking for one of those pickups. Yeah. Caesar coming in. Let's see, make sure I didn't miss anything. Heidenreich, the Gerald Everett or Jack Doyle. We'll get to that here in tight ends.
Jack's on a bye, so
right. It's kind of self-evident on that one just because of the bye, but. I've been bullish on Jack Doyle and Mo Alley Cox for Indianapolis because I do see Wentz using a lot of tight end action. But when they get back playing, we'll definitely cover that team a little bit more so that if you've got that on one of your rosters going forward, we'll keep an eye on it for you. Definitely Heidenreich. We do have a question here coming in before we jump into defense from Crypto for us all. What Deshaun Jackson going to do against Miami? I think that's the question.
Or he may have been asking directly MIA because of his Raider fandom.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Let's see. Who is Vegas playing? Yeah, Vegas is playing Kansas. Playing Kansas City. Right? That's
okay. Jackson. So, yeah, what Deshaun Jackson's going to do MIA. Good point. Good point.
I mean, you're
Chiefs
the Kansas
get burnt.
City fan.
Hey, I'm not saying start the guy, but Chiefs tend to give up a lot of yards to one receiver. They'll usually pick somebody and say beat us with them, and then they'll allow that to happen even though Chiefs still win the game. They dictate usually the defenses who they want the defense to get the yards to. So if it's Deshaun Jackson, he may have a breakout game. If it's not Deshaun Jackson, it's probably going to be Renfro underneath, yeah.
You can always count on Renfro, I think, for at least some. I think Deshaun Jackson is more boom or bust.
Kansas City plays a bend, don't break defense. They will let you have underneath yards and allow the safeties to come up and make tackles from deep center. They don't want to get burned over the top. And without Waller there today, they know they got to worry about Deshaun Jackson and Brian Edwards. And maybe that other kid that sneaks in every once in a while. But they're not going to let...
Zay Jones.
There you go. Yeah. Zay. Yep.
Yeah, Javi. I agree with MIA. Aaron Jones over Dante Foreman.
I like Foreman, but I think Aaron Jones is just a
step up above.
Yeah.
Caesar, that's a good question. Will Arizona light up them Rams? And I think that plays right into defense here. The Rams have a stellar defense, and they added Von Miller. We haven't seen them really unleash that yet. Like, they've had it, but they haven't really truly unleashed it. Maybe they're saving it for the playoffs, but this is basically a playoff game in the NFC West right now.
Oh, yeah.
So you might see a mass pass rush game coming from the Rams tonight, or today, and I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that one. I kind of want to just see what the answer is. What do you guys think about Arizona and Rams, the defensive matchup versus Arizona offense?
That Rams offense has slowed down a little bit. The Robert Woods injury, I think, hurt him a little bit more than people thought. They seem to be back on track last week. Sony Michel looked amazing last week. The Cardinals got a stellar defense as well. Kyler Murray back. If they get Chase Edmonds back, if they're fully healthy. And the Cardinals have showed that they're not afraid to sit guys out. And they let Murray. They didn't rush Murray back, which I thought was really smart. They pushed it till they got that bye week. It's going to be a good test today. It's going to be the Cardinals win today. It really puts them in cruise control. That would put them at 11-2, with the Rams at 8-5, 3-game lead. Big game.
Jalen Ramsey locked up 1-on-1 with probably with D-Hop, okay? Then you got to think, all right, they're going to probably look to Ertz and Brown, right? Or not Brown. Is it Brown? No.
Mark.
Who's it? The other side. They just brought a receiver over this year. Who am I thinking of? Either way.
Yeah, well, they have AJ Brown.
Well, they got AJ Green.
AJ Green. That's what I was thinking, because Brown's with Tannehill. Yeah, AJ Green.
Yeah.
And then they got Ertz. That's where I was kind of trying to roll to, was Ertz might be a big proponent today.
And then they got Rondale Moore. Mm-hmm. I would look for Rondale Moore to possibly
out of the slot
have a game today. I mean, they're stacked. They got 4. I forgot about Kirk too. You got Kirk, Moore, AJ Green, and D-Hop.
Both running backs back.
And then Zach Ertz.
And Cliff Kingsbury, who is just an offensive guru and is not afraid to step on the gas. He wants to win 50-0. He's still back in his college days.
Oh, he wants to prove that the Rams aren't the team in the NFC West out there for sure.
Yeah, and
they're all in.
He's a great offensive game mind. So I say there's a good chance they do light him up.
Well, to tell you the truth, both teams are all in this year, because the Rams went and got Von Miller to win a Super Bowl, and the Cardinals have already said out loud they're all in. That's why they went and got hurt. So, this is going to be an interesting game. This is one of the bigger NFC games of the year, I think, to watch. Just be like, I'm a football fan and watch this game. Because it's going to be real chess game, sorry. Back and forth, like little maneuvers that try to make things work for Stafford versus Kyler running out of the pocket and getting away from Von Miller and Aaron Donald. It's going to be a good game. That being said, we've got our defense. Oh, is there a question coming in? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sportus Nutritionist just says I'm picking up Julio. Should I drop Devontae Freeman, Mooney, Dontrell Hilliard, or Pollard? I'm probably dropping Hilliard there. What do you guys think?
I'm getting more bullish on Mooney.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mooney's the number one option there. Freeman, there's a chance that he can secure that kind of number one slot going down the stretch in Baltimore. And I feel like Hilliard's already playing second fiddle behind Freeman or behind Foreman.
Yeah, I'm not dropping Pollard, even with an ankle injury or a foot injury.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not dropping.
Yeah,
Pollard.
I wouldn't drop Pollard either.
So we're all on Hilliard there,
Yeah.
Sportus.
Probably Hilliard. Yeah. I think I've got a little info on Debo coming through. It should be one of the San Francisco tweets. It is a fresher tweet from this morning, I believe, about Debo Samuel coming through their Crypto for Us All. If I can remember it, I think they said he would play today, but he is questionable still.
Yep.
So he's probably not
Trending to
100%. Yeah. Ertz 4 TDs confirmed, Caesar says. Let's do this. I got him starting. Let's do this. Debo is playing. Caesar also confirms. Nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. My boy Caesar is always on top of it. And I hope your his daughter had a birthday last week, so I hope it was a good week for her. And somebody else's daughter just had a birthday. Oh, shout out to Alberto, who just had his daughter's 1-year-old birthday.
Yes.
Oh,
Shout
nice.
out to him and that fam. They're doing a little bit better as the year's going by. They had some rough times earlier in the storms earlier this season in Nebraska, so they're getting back on everything, and the holidays are looking good for them. That's
Nice.
a good thing to hear. We love our Trader fam out there, by the way. All right, so we got the defenses here for the rest of the projections here. We got Green Bay hosting Chicago. Again, they've had those QB issues, so there could be a lot of picks in this game. The wind wasn't that bad, I think, when we looked at weather, and it was going to be probably the lowest temperature game, but Chicago, Green Bay, that doesn't affect either one of those teams, let's be honest. New Orleans Saints going up to New York Jets. Again, East Rutherford, always a windy game usually. That could affect Taysom Hill and that throwing hand if he's starting with that finger. I'm not 100% sure. We might want to check on that one. See if Simeon's starting or Taysom Hill. I haven't seen too much about that finger except for that it was a little different of an issue than it was with Russell Wilson. It's not the same exact injury, but we'll have to find out. We'll keep an eye on that one for you guys. And then Denver hosting Detroit. I'm expecting that one to be a boat race. Detroit has no offense today going. They're like half of their offense is literally out. And I think Denver tees off on Jared Goff today at home.
Yeah, I could see that.
This is the one I want to talk about the most. And I know Denver doesn't have Von Miller anymore. They still have a pretty potent D that can pick off the ball. What do you guys think Denver's defensive output? Do you think it's above 15 points today? Do you think that's a possibility if you're a Denver holder? And would you run and go to Streamline knowing the information you know now? Could you run and grab it?
I think it could, but it depends on what we see Detroit try to do. They got over the hump with the win,
right.
So they're not going to be playing as hungry. I mean, yeah, they could be playing for back-to-back, but with half their team out, I see this just being I see this being a snooze fest.
I'm going Christmas shopping in Denver and then hitting Vail Slopes.
Oh, there's a good one. Max Guillen. Good morning, Max Guillen.
Good morning, Max.
Play 2, Chubb, Connor, Renfro, or Dillon. Oh, man, that's a...
nice choices to make there.
Wow.
I'm going Chubb, Renfro.
So I'd like to know if this is PPR Max or not. Because if it is, Renfro comes into the mix. Otherwise, see, I'm doing Chubb Renfro or Chubb Dillon.
Oh, interesting. I'm still on that Connor train. I think I would go Chubb Connor or Chubb Renfro. If it's PPR, probably Chubb Renfro. If it's non-PPR, probably Connor Chubb.
Chiefs game is going to be a passing game.
That could change.
Chiefs game is going to be a passing game.
Is going to be a passing game.
So I'm hot on or bullish on Renfro, and then I believe Chubb and Hunt do get a lot of carries today. So I'm kind of big on Chubb. Now Connor, I think, gets eliminated from the game plan because it's the Rams, and they kind of go to more of a passing game. So I think Connor's the low ball on the game there, and then Dylan balled out for Green Bay. He really did, and man, if they're in short yardage, Dylan could be vulture the rest of the season. But Aaron Jones back, Green Bay, I kind of still lean a little bit more on Aaron Jones, so I'm going to try to go with the two starters there and get the yardage on Renfro and Chubb. That's my reasoning for those two. But.
Yeah, that's probably what I would go with. Although, like I said, I think we got to find out more on what Edmonds' role is going to be if he's playing. Because I think Connor's still, at the worst, it's going to be a 50-50 split. And,
yep.
No.
Pick one.
Yes,
coming in from
nutritionist. Mooney has been had a few down games after he had back-to-back 100-yard games, and he came out he laid a goose last week, pretty much. But he's still the target there. I think I almost liked Mooney better with Dalton throwing him the ball than Fields, but I still like him.
We got this.
Cassie coming through. Sorry.
No,
Cassie's bullish on Renfro, but the Chiefs will win.
Oh, he's bullish on
Cassie.
Chiefs.
Cassie, my Chiefs fan.
Sorry, Nick
Kobe there. Pick one: Jalen Guyton, Joshua Palmer, or Emmanuel Sanders. Full PPR. A couple of deep cuts there.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Emmanuel Sanders there, and that just goes strictly from I expect a big day out of Josh Allen. Whether it's in a winning effort or not, I'm not sure, but I think he's going to be forced to throw the ball all over the field today, and we could see Emmanuel Sanders kind of break free. And I would look to see Emmanuel Sanders on a few end arounds. I called that out earlier. Look for the Bills to try to use some trickery to establish any kind of running game, because Tampa's front is ridiculous against the run.
Nunya, where are you at on that one?
Completely agree with Sanders. I wasn't sure who was going to get that kind of Welker-ish role this year, and didn't think it was going to be Sanders. But if you look over the year, that's who Josh Allen seems to trust on those. So he's good for a bunch of receptions anyway. And I agree with you guys. I think they're not going to be able to run effectively against Tampa, so that's going to push Buffalo more to the pass game.
I'm gonna whip something out here that I wasn't gonna whip out until we hit wide receivers, but Nick Hobie forced me to it. I am gonna call this out. I'm like Jalen Guyton, huge this week, and I think Jalen Guyton will be on the top of our wide receivers list for recap next week.
Wow. With
no Keenan Allen, I do believe, and we saw it last week, they hit this kid up 3 times last week for touchdowns. I think he's going to have a hot week this week with no Keenan Allen, and I think that they found themselves another weapon in San Diego for a deep ball. And yeah, I'm going to put it out there and say I think Guyland's going to be at the top of the recap list. I might be wrong, but no Keenan Allen, they still have to throw the ball in LA, so I'm looking at that one.
Okay.
Okay, Nunya, I want to get back here to your output Denver-Detroit score here. Where do you think Denver puts up points today, and would you go and streamline them if they are available right now, knowing what you know about Detroit and having no offensive players today?
Yeah, I'm expecting certainly double digits, which is, again, like you were saying, we're getting to the point where every single spot on your team needs to be double digits to make it through. So I like them a lot. I like to be opponent dependent on defense. I'm always looking to see who's playing the Giants, who's playing the Jets, who's playing Houston, who's playing Jacksonville, and who's playing Detroit.
Right.
If you get a good matchup against one of them, I just put it in and press go and look elsewhere. So I like them a lot this week. I don't know, 15's hard unless you score, but I certainly see double digits.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely see a gain in points. You're not going to be one of these teams that you're losing points through the day. You're actually gaining points. And I'm thinking 15 to 20.
I'd be confident.
Yeah, I look for Patrick Surtain Jr. to eat Jared Goff's lunch today going after Brandon Cook all day. Because that's all he's got. And I honestly think Brandon Cook might be a great play. He might get some good targets just simply because that's all he throws to. But I think Patrick Surtain might take 1 or 2 to the house on him just because he's throwing to him out of complete necessity. He has no Hawkinson today at all. They're in a lot of trouble. Detroit is in trouble today. No running backs, no Hawkinson, and their receivers have not outputted enough, been able to get separation that Goff's been able to feel good about throwing them. I think Detroit's running scared today before they even come out on the field. Yeah.
So that's our defense. Is there any other notable defenses you're thinking about this week, guys, that you're kind of looking over?
I mean,
The Raiders' defense bodes pretty well.
I like the Chargers. Chargers at home against Mike Glennon and the Giants.
Right. I did see that Glennon will be the starter. Does that mean that Daniel Jones is still not cleared concussion protocol?
That's exactly what it means.
Oh my gosh, I hope he's okay. I
It's a
really
long
do.
time.
Wow, he sounded really concerned then.
I like Danny Dimes. I thought he was good the first year. I've been on top of him the whole time. Like I've been hoping he could just produce and become a good quarterback. And I don't want to hear concussion problems with a quarterback that young this early. Like 2 and 3 weeks for one concussion is not a good sign.
It's a long time to be in protocol. It's not a good sign.
Yeah, that's career damaging stuff. Yeah, especially for a quarterback that has to do something
long term, the rest of his life.
And all it takes is another hit like that, and it turns into a 6-game concussion, and then it turns.
Well,
into,
and then psychologically coming back,
how do you
trying to
protect
avoid
yourself?
those hits? You know what I mean?
Yep.
He already likes to fumble the ball
He likes
sometimes
to run
when people get near him.
head forward when he dives. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I obviously never want to see anybody affected by any kind of injuries.
Yeah, it's one thing to hurt your
Especially
knee,
those
you gotta hurt
kinds,
your
you know.
brain.
Yeah, a broken bone, as bad as that is, it heals. You know what I mean? Head injuries we don't know enough about, and it's...
And then is it CTE and everything else that comes from that? It's bad.
Well, and I feel like a lot of it with head injuries is dependent on what the person is telling you. You know what I mean? So it's easier. If I got a broken arm, you can tell the arm's broken with an x-ray. I can't tell you, no, it's not broken. I feel like with head injuries, although they do a lot of, CAT scans, things like that, I'm sure a lot of it is verbal in the way that you can, you know what I mean? And if you're somebody who, wants to continue your career in the NFL, being that it's such a short window, you might not lead on that it's as serious as it is. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. You're trying to make your career last longer. Just to kind of wind up what Nunya was saying there, I'm interested in a couple of defenses this week. I like Green Bay at home versus Chicago. I think that's a good matchup.
I like it even more with Fields.
I like
Fields has shown a little bit of signs. I don't think he's what they thought they were getting, but we'll see.
Yep. I think New Orleans against the Jets up in East Rutherford, New Jersey. I like that. Yeah, there we go. I always want to say East New Rutherford or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, I like the Saints against the Jets too. If those are two streaming defenses, if you can find them, they're gonna be harder to find. But if you can find Green Bay or New England or New Orleans, I do like both those defenses this week as well. All right, get us rolled into everybody's favorite segment, the best segment of them all.
Oh, he's got a dancing 87.
That is true. That is true. Let's get us over there. The old tight end segment. There we go. All right. Last week was a pretty good week for somebody that we were all bullish on. Pretty good week. Get this up there. Go. Switch that over to that first one. How it's not showing up on your guys' screen? What's going on? What that doggy doing?
Little internet delay.
Do better, Odie.
Yep, be better, Odie. Be better. Be
Bounce
better.
from Kansas City to Alaska and back to the world faster. Be better.
Yep.
Be better. All right, so again, we called him out last week. We were all really bullish on him, and he did not let us down. The one and only George Gregory Gary Kittles. I don't know if that's his middle name. That's just what I call him now when they're throwing the ball. Yeah, a real great game. What'd you guys think of Mr. Kittle's standout game last week?
He's back. He's going full throttle. I mean, we've seen that 2 weeks in a row, 3 weeks in a row now.
Yeah. It's like all of a sudden they found him in their offense again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Elijah Mitchell being out hurts them a little bit as far as the run game and opening up things for Kittle, but I think also Debo being back cancels that out and some. I think, especially today. and with Debo on the field, you know, it's not quite a Tyreek Hill, Kelsey situation, but it is in a sense of, you know, I mean, you have to be accountable for where Debo is on the field, whatever it is, and that kind of frees Kittle up a little bit, you know.
We're talking about
especially being that Kittle's such a good blocking tight end, not to cut you off, but like I think that opens it up more. You know, it's not like he's a Tony Gonzalez type tight end where you knew Tony Gonzalez was being a wide receiver. He wasn't a tight end play, you know what I mean? Where Kittle is more of a traditional tight end as far as how he blocks and how they scheme with that, but in the same time, that opens up more opportunities for him.
True. Yeah. Daniel, what are you thinking?
I think Garoppolo's a little bit more comfortable now that Trey has shown to only have a fastball and Shanahan is not threatening with him anymore. So I think that gives Garoppolo a little bit more confidence.
That's a good point.
And as long as Kittle's healthy, and that is always a question because he is more of that traditional blocking tight end. He plays the complete game and he stays in there and he chips and he blocks. But he's absolutely included in the game plan now. And look at it. We were bullish last week. I'm bullish this week.
Right. Again, to get back to what MIA was kind of saying about Samuel, and this has nothing to do with tight ends, but if I'm a Samuel owner, and we may talk about this in wide receivers, I'm going to be so happy hearing that Elijah Mitchell's out because I'm going to get some rushing yards with Samuel as well as the passing yards. And again, this is off topic, but that's a real big deal for Samuel owners. You might be getting an extra 10 to 5 points this week just from owning Samuel and having him in the run game because Elijah Mitchell's out. But all right. But yeah, I'm big on Kittle.
Real quick says Herbert or Mahomes.
Who said that? Nufo?
No, Oil. I think that's probably. I mean, Mahomes hasn't been putting up big numbers their last few games.
You're trying to lock up a playoff spot, and Mahomes is getting you 20 points, whereas Herbert's putting up 35 every week. Maybe it is time to go with Herbert. I don't get your points. Just like we say, take your gains. Get your points. If Herbert has a better matchup versus a team that they don't see normally every season twice a year, and Mahomes sees the Raiders twice a year, there's a good chance it's going to be a low-scoring game. It doesn't normally happen for Raiders and Chiefs. Usually it's a 35-38 game, but it could be a 20-20 game, and Herbert might put up 40 points passing the ball today, even with Keenan Allen out. So get your points, man. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's tough because if you have both of those quarterbacks,
any other time I'd say start Mahomes, but yeah, you got the two best output quarterbacks.
Yeah,
or one of them.
My only one word of caution is they're playing the Giants. They're at home. They might just win on defense and special teams and Eckler,
and then cut the rope.
They might not need to throw the ball.
Yeah.
So just a little word of caution. The Giants are going to put up no fight.
Mahomes will be in that game for the entire time of the game. If the Chargers get up 20 points, 30 points, they may pull Herbert. They may pull him because there's no reason to get him hurt. But I don't know. I'm kind of almost Herbert in that sense, and I'm wearing a Mahomes jersey right now. That just lets you know I'm not that homerish. You know what I mean?
I'm
realistic.
wearing the jersey of the guy that's lay at least one hit on today.
Oh, Max
See if we can
Crosby?
get
Is that what you
Abram in
got?
that. No, but I ordered one 2.5 months ago, a Max Crosby jersey.
Good for you.
Is that
Basically,
wish.com?
basically from Wish's sister website.
Where do we
so
send? Where do we send the
it
Rhodes
should be
jersey
here.
to? Do we send that to East Africa or Zimbabwe?
South America
South
is
America?
currently yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we sent it to everybody that received.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yeah, if you were currently holding a Ray Rice jersey in South America, you received a complimentary drugs one.
All right, we got some good questions coming in here. We'll get caught up. So after that, Herbert Mahomes. Caesar came in with a sorry. Also, Panthers D versus Atlanta and Titans versus Jax. He likes those matchups. Okay.
Those are both good matchups.
Sports nutritionist coming in with a what's up with Kyle Pitts? 1 touchdown
Yeah.
all year. Kyle, let me give you 2 answers. 1 is Matt Ryan. Number 2, Cordarrelle Patterson. Cordarrelle
And I'll say
Patterson.
a third reason is Calvin Ridley's absence.
Killed their offense.
They've made it to where offenses can just shut Pitts right down, especially with
Safety
having
corner.
to worry about Cordarrelle.
Lock
Yeah.
on Pitts every game.
And I still think Pitts is a top 5 tight end talent in the NFL, no doubt about it. Just has to be used correctly, and it's not happening there.
He's not old enough to know the ways of like the Tony Gonzalez's, the Kelseys, of the little ins and outs. Maybe in a couple years he'll be able to get separation by himself, even in a double coverage. But he's too young right now to have the entire pressure of a team put on him, and that's what's happening. And it's opening up for Cordarrelle Patterson. I'm not going to lie, I'm using it up. They're going after Pitts, and Cordarrelle's open underneath all day, run or pass. But it's going to break Kyle Pitts' progression in the NFL because he's not being given the amount of time to be a one-on-one tight end and a blocking tight end. He's not learning. Right now, he's just go out and pull 4 guys with you because we got to try to move the ball.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nunya, I didn't mean to cut you off there or take any time. Go ahead.
No, I agree with you guys completely. So I was just sitting here. Actually, I was reading the next couple questions.
Oh, okay. Just fire away.
And
then.
I did want to say, we just kind of said they were both good matchups, but I like Titans versus Jacksonville better than the Panthers versus Atlanta, and it's dependent on. I don't like the Panthers' offense.
Yes.
They could
So-
leave them in bad situations. Yeah.
If we're looking for something to break the tie, that's my decision there. Randy Stockner, I believe Gronk still has juice left, and then we'll squeeze every last little bit out. I don't know about you guys.
Wheeze the juice. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's got plenty.
Great.
I think he's got enough juice to win another Super Bowl.
Great. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, I think Gronk still has some juice left. I think Tom Brady sold them that whatever they take to keep their bodies doing what they do, and I think he'll be just fine.
Ooh, Caesar coming in with a question I really like here. Javonte Williams or Nick Chubb? Javonte proved he was a good running back, but that was against a Chiefs defense that may have allowed him to do that instead of getting burnt by Sutton and everybody
they're
else.
also playing against a Detroit defense today.
Exactly.
But if we got any new news on Melvin back, I know that they were leaning towards him playing.
I believe Gordon is back. He's not going to be 100%, but I believe he is playing today.
I think I got to go with Chubb there then. Nick Chubb is still Nick Chubb.
I go with Chubb.
As of
To
Friday,
me,
Vic
at this time of the
Fangio.
year, you have to go with the pure talent in a situation like that where, yes, it's a good matchup. Williams proved that he has it, but Nick Chubb is still Nick Chubb. We know that's the focal point of that offense.
Yeah. Agreed.
Completely agree.
But if I got both of those guys, I would love to know maybe your third option is Caesar. Because unless you have a bell cow up there, unless you have a Kamara or an Eckler or something in maybe your second running back spot,
Look at Mitchell
I would put
Lane.
Javonte Williams above a lot of people, and
Yeah. Sorry. Look at Mitchell Wayne throwing grease fires into an open room.
I see that. I like it.
Since forever unclean. Sucks. Trade me Patterson, Odie. I'll just point out that Patterson was one of my week 1 call-outs.
Yeah, it was.
That brings up a new
I'm assuming, in regards to Nufo's question, are you going to say Patterson over Amari Cooper?
Oh, yes, sir. For sure. Amari Cooper, big disappointment. I think Nunya said it. I'll say it word for word from last week. Week 1, Amari Cooper show out. Since then, nothing.
Yeah.
Cordell Patterson, barring he's been healthy, which I think he missed 2 games or 1 game in a bye week, all good all year long, getting you double-digit points, picking up everything you need, passes and runs, and basically scoring 1 touchdown on average all season. So I'm happy with Cordell Patterson being the only offense.
Well, you're getting a Swiss Army knife play with him, I think, which puts him over a lot of receivers, including Amari in this situation. And I'm actually high on Amari this week. I think they're going to have to use him. But Cordell, until somebody shows that they can really shut him down, and it's amazing the work that Atlanta puts into getting this guy the ball, and does none of that work in any other aspect of the game of football.
Yeah.
Literally, the only thing that they have done good this year is find ways to get the ball in his hands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I called that out early in the season because when I drafted this guy in our drafts in late August, early August, I was like, this is the only weapon they have on the roster because they got rid of Julio. They didn't have anybody else. Their Pitts is an unknown. Everybody knows he's a great draft pick, but he's still an unknown commodity at that point. And it was like, Cordell is going to be their entire offense. And as soon as you saw them list him as a running back / wide receiver, you knew it right then and there that he is going to be a big part of their team because they don't have anything else. And as you can see, they've been using him. And you're seeing Deebo Samuel kind of copy him. Hoping more teams start doing it too, because there are some beast wide receivers out there who can do some moves with the ball. And it's like, start doing that. I know it's off topic a little bit, but start doing that more. Because there's more players out there that can do this kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe they can find
Swifty
Kyle
the
Pitts
trucker.
ways to get the ball.
Stay healthy.
Yeah.
Like in the Packers, minus 12. Lock of the week, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you
you're
guys
fine.
off. I just seen that. I like it.
We got a Caesar question
There you
here, or I guess he might be declaring.
Yeah, that's an update.
Dillon and Hunt, he's starting Kamara and Gibson, and I think that's right in your flex.
I like that. I like Gibson, and
Yeah.
if J.D. McKissick is out and you got Gibson only up
Not
there,
playing.
Oh, Gibson's going to be big today.
that's huge for Gibson because that allows him to be the 85% offense guy. He's there for 85% more
That's a
of the
huge
plays.
game, Dallas and Washington. Huge
Definitely.
Real quickly, guys, big congratulations to Swifty the Trucker, a.k.a. formerly Lee Arkazewski, getting that CDL, getting that, starting that new job, starting
congratulations,
Monday.
bro.
Hey, congrats,
Thank you, brother.
bud.
I remember when you were taking the test and getting ready for it, man. Glad everything worked out. Much, much love, brother.
That's life-changing money right there, bro. Good
I
job.
like the new
Good
name. I
for
like,
you,
I like
buddy.
the new name because you know what that tells me? That you're excited about this new venture. That you're ready. That gets me pumped up.
We're
for
building
it, so.
up an army of truckers in the
I love it.
in the Bulldog Trader family. We
American
almost
needs.
need a wing in the Discord just for you
I
guys.
love it, man.
Show
It's
us your rigs, that's right.
we've talked about it before. The lifeblood that keeps us moving
Keeps the nation
is
moving.
the truckers. Yeah,
Yep.
no doubt about it.
True story.
Good stuff.
Coffee and
Good
truckers
stuff.
keep America
You
going.
know, this community, man, it's so awesome because you can get good news that you never expected to hear that just brightens your day in ways that's
Absolutely,
like, man, you know what I
dude.
mean?
That makes me
it's
so
so
happy.
awesome.
Yep. Look at Mitchell Wayne over here
Wayne's
working
really
this
pushing
trade.
this trade.
He's trying to talk me into David Carr or Derek Carr, and then he's throwing, what do we got here? Carr and Bridgewater for Patterson. What would I want 2 quarterbacks for? I got Aaron Rodgers.
You better throw me 2 starting running backs for Patterson. Otherwise, I'm going to keep him for the flex because I can use him anywhere on my roster. I can paint a picture anywhere on my roster with him. And you could, too, for the right price. All right.
Nice flexibility.
All right. So we didn't really talk about Goddard or Rob Gronkowski yet on their recaps. Both of them had great weeks last week. Goddard's kind of hit or miss. That was Andy Dalton's doing and not Jalen Hurts. And then Gronkowski was just normal Brady Gronkowski stuff. I think Gronkowski's the more repeatable one of those two. I don't think Goddard's going to do 25 points or 22 points every single week. He could be up there in double digits, but I don't know. What are you guys feeling?
Yeah, I think Goddard's a solid play. I don't think we're going to see these kind of numbers. And if you were a Goddard holder like myself, he had all that in the first half. And I don't think he touched the ball in the second half. Gronk is going to be Gronk. You know what I mean? Last season at the beginning of the year, I doubted him. He's coming back. Can he really do what he did? And it proved us wrong all last year. And every time he steps on the field, I'm starting Kelsey over him. I'm starting Waller over him. I'm starting Kittles over him. Outside of those 3, if I've got Gronk on my roster, I'm happy because Gronk didn't go high in drafts. If you've had him, you've had to fight through some injuries, things like that. But this time of year, this is when you want Gronk on your roster.
Side note,
gearing up for the
don't start
playoffs.
Waller. Don't start Waller this week.
Yes.
Sorry.
Do not start Waller. Yeah.
I got what you were saying. I got what you were saying,
yeah.
but yeah. Just for anybody out there. Yep. Then you kind of the same feeling on Goddard and Rob Gronkowski?
I am. I think they're both starters. Again,
I know you're a Gronkowski holder, right? You've actually got Gronkowski. You traded up for him.
I traded Amari Cooper for him. I'm a fan. I think, like I said, I think Goddard is a starter. The position is just shallow, but I would switch that and put Gronkowski over Goddard. And yeah, I would put Kittles in front of him.
Okay.
I would put, if he's healthy, a Waller in front of him. But like you said, this time of year, and like I said earlier, Arians is going to press the gas, and so is Brady.
Yes.
So I'm bullish on Gronk.
Cool.
I think that's a big thing that Brady has set precedents. They don't ease up. They tune up. And especially with the only one team getting a bye, obviously teams are going to be playing later into the season to try to get that. And I think it's a full go as far as where fantasy playoffs end, barring an injury. If I got Gronk, I'm riding him through the playoffs.
I'm going to pump this real quick. There's a good fantasy podcast called Yahoo Fantasy. They did a nice profile on the Tampa Bay offense this week and Brady. And they talked about how Brady's always looking for the mismatches. When he has Antonio Brown there, Evans, and the 3 wide receivers and Gronkowski, he has unlimited mismatches at any moment. Without Antonio Brown there, it makes it a little bit different, but I don't think it's too hard for them to replace that. I do, like you guys said, I think they're just going to toss the ball up the rest of the season, and then when they're close to the end zone, they'll go to Fournette. I don't think they'll be running the ball very much, so I think Gronkowski, his better games are coming. Like, he's had some great games already this season, but I look forward in the next 4 weeks that 2 touchdowns each week. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Brady's going to be able to exploit whatever you key in on, right? If they key in on Evans and
right, he will find it every time.
He'll find Gronk.
And that's why you can't count on.
Yeah, if they're coming back and blanking and all that, they're going to find Fournette out of the backfield. Fournette's had games with 7-8 catches this year.
Ultimate take what they give you guy.
Yes,
Brady is the ultimate 100%. Take what you give. If you put a guy on Godwin because Godwin scored 2 touchdowns last week, he's going to throw to Evans. If you put guys on Godwin and Evans, Gronkowski is going to feast over the middle. And like you said, if they try to come up with all that or lay it all back, then Fournette's just going to dink, 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 dink. And they may even see Ronald Jones have some points there, too.
And Fournette became such a better pass catcher the last 2 years with Brady.
Agreed. Yeah.
With Brady delivering the ball.
Plus, I mean, it's kind of hard because you had all these different quarterbacks down there in Jacksonville. Every year you had a new quarterback, Gabbert, a lefty. It changed all the time, so it was probably hard to get a good feeling with the quarterback where he's going to put the ball swinging out of a swing pass, where he's going to put the ball here. So, yeah, you're probably right. Being with Brady, it's probably improved Fournette's catching. And we know they've already got the other extreme catcher out of the backfield if they want to bring him in. Giovanni the Vulture Bernard, yeah. But, yeah, that offense is frightening, guys. They can do it again, I believe. They just got to get a couple of lucky turns and hope some of the other teams don't step on them, like Arizona and the Rams. But they can turn it on at any moment. I'm scared of them so much of winning another Super Bowl. Makes me sick. That being said, we did the recap. Let's do a little.
We got a Nick Hobie question, guys.
Okay, bring it in.
We got it. Nick Hobie is saying pick one. Valdez Scanling, Amon St. Brown, Traquan Smith, Jalen Guyton, or Joshua Palmer. And thank you for letting us know that is a full PPR. That helps us.
Oh, definitely.
I'm just going to throw this towards Odefro, who had some really strong feelings on Guyton and some evidence, and that's where I feel. So, Odefro?
Okay. He's going Austin St. Brown, Traquan Smith, Jalen Guyton, or Joshua Palmer, and we're just picking one. That Traquan Smith is getting to be a little bit more productive, but I'm still going to roll with Guyton here. I just think Guyton is the guy today with no Keenan Allen there, and I just saw so much out of him last week that Justin Herbert clearly likes this kid because he threw him some one-on-one jump balls and let him go get them, and that kid got him 2 out of 3 times on those jump balls. So I'm definitely liking Guyton-Herbert connection here, and I think it lines up well today for Guyton. That's just me.
I like that. I may take, with this list, you're kind of taking a flyer on these guys.
All of them.
I might go with St. Brown. With nobody to throw the ball, down to a third string running back. I mean, this is just based on one game. Not that he's been completely irrelevant, but before last week, he's good for 4 for 20, 4 for 30. Came out last week, 10 for 86 and a touchdown. Got that big touchdown game winner. Could be flying high off that. I remember this kid at USC, and he was nice there. Hasn't shown me too much this year, but I got to think that Swift was really effective outside of the backfield so far this year. You know what I mean? Screen passes, things like that. They may have to game plan and try to find a way to get the ball into this kid's hands. So I might take a flyer there. I think Guyton maybe I don't want to call it a safer bet because I don't think any of these guys are really 100% safe. But if I'm going with a momentum trade, Detroit on a winning streak, going into Denver, you know what I mean? I need them to win. We need them to win, Odie, as far as AFC West.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with them. Let's see what this kid could do. I would go with St. Brown there.
Okay.
Just to mix it up a little bit.
Again, that'd be a great daily fantasy question for one of those 4 because you're going to get all 4 of those at a cheap, discounted price.
Value.
If you can figure out which one of them is going to be the hot one, you could make some nice.
In all things disclosed, me and Guyton don't really see eye to eye with. He was involved in the whole Keenan Allen gate last year that screwed me when Allen said he was going to play. I picked up Guyton, and then Allen said he was going to play. I dropped Guyton, ended up it's more of a Keenan
the
Allen
old debacle.
Yeah.
I'll be there, guys. I'm going to play. 1 catch later. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was his play.
Caesar C coming in hot. Start 1, bench 1, drop 1. Edmonds, Singletary, McKissick. Ooh.
Well, I don't think McKissick is going to be a smart play in any sense. Singletary, he's probably the lone starter, whereas Edmonds is going to split. So
I would still go. I would drop Singletary, start Edmonds, and bench McKissick.
Oh, that's what we're doing is FMK? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm starting Singletary, I'm benching Edmonds, and I'm dropping McKissick. It took you a second to catch on to that, didn't it?
Yeah. Well played.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
Happy Sunday.
Because McKissick, you want McKissick 2 weeks from now. You want McKissick next week. Singletary, I don't see as being valuable no matter what. They got a running back by committee thing there. 3 of them. They got Moss, Singletary, Breda in the mix now. Edmonds, you're taking a shot on this because if you drop Singletary, start Edmonds, and then for some reason Edmonds doesn't play or sees limited time, you're kind of screwed. But I'll take a limping Edmonds over a healthy Singletary, especially in today's matchup against Tampa.
I think there's more upside with Edmonds. Singletary.
What do you think, Nanya, FMK?
I mean, I like McKissick a lot, but 2 weeks from now is when you want him, so I guess we're killing him. So that's my drop, and I wish we knew a little bit more about Chase Edmonds.
I was kind of thinking about that a little bit more, and like I'm almost to the point where I want to keep McKissick just because of that, and then drop the other one. I definitely am gonna keep. I'm definitely gonna start Edmonds.
Singletary's the only healthy starter for sure.
Yeah, that messes me up.
This is a tough one there,
That
Caesar.
is a tough one.
It is.
Because future, you're looking at things, but if we're just talking about this week, I kind of have my lineup set. I know McKissick's out, so I can cut him.
We're
But
close
you have to
future.
think Edmonds will
There is
play.
no future left right
If they
now,
took
man.
him off the IR,
Yeah, they're bringing
you
him
have
into
to
that
think
offense.
he's learning.
They count on him in third down. They definitely they're their pass catching running back, and they definitely like it when they can put Edmonds and Kirk on the field together, because that gives them a lot of different what's the jet sweep kind of options and RPOs out of the backfield when they can put both of those guys. Because Kirk, I believe, was an ex-quarterback who can throw it, so it gives a whole nother little flair to their offense.
Morning, GTA. Yeah, another thing on that, Odie, too, is we always think of, will they ease Edmonds in? Well, look at it kind of on the other side. Will they? Edmonds has been on the IR. Connor's been the workhorse over there. Do we see a switch up and kind of see a little bit of a pullback and give Connor a little bit of a rest?
Yeah.
And see Edmonds take a bigger role. You know what I mean?
It's very possible. I think they both can run the ball in that offense. Neither of them are 100-yard terrors, you know what I mean? But both of them can get 60 or 70 yards, and both of them can catch out of the backfield. I think they're a little bit more prevalent to throw to Edmonds than they are to Connor.
Yes.
Because I think Connor's a little better at pass protection, and just in the situations, it just seems like Edmonds is in more of the pass plays. But
yeah,
I think
it sets up for a perfect Gibson McKissick type role over there.
right, exactly. It's exactly what. Yeah.
Connor is the one running the ball, and Edmonds is the one catching the ball. Because that's essentially what McKissick and Gibson. Yeah.
Right.
One's a little bit more passing, the other one's about 60% running, the other one's 60% passing game. But they both can do both things well. All right.
Good morning, GTA.
Yeah,
What's
good
going
morning.
on, bud?
I see Cassie's
Just want to
over
let
there.
you know
Sorry.
I'm in the 3-2-1 this week, GTA. So hit me up in Discord. We might be able to get a drink one night. I am in the 3-2-1.
The Florida. All right, so let's do a little bit of projections here. The tight ends, these are basically the top 5 tight ends going forward. There's a little bit different there with Knox. He's kind of been producing. Is there anybody there on that list of the 5? I'll ask MIA this one first. Is there anybody there that you see having a better game than what's projected there? Like just a ridiculously large game? The only person
Gronk would be the one that I would look at for the simple fact of the history.
Okay.
Brady and Gronk have done it to Buffalo so many times.
True. I was gonna say
that's the only reason
Chiefs.
That's the only reason I kind of put Gronk. But you know those kind of numbers with Gronk, it's relying on getting in the end zone. I think Kittle, we can see maybe have a monster game again.
Ooh, yeah.
Andrews, I don't know what to expect with that game. I think that's going to be a low scoring That bodes well for
Remember
him.
the Nunya factor. We can flip that game. We can flip
Well,
that one.
and in that sense, who do you like there? Do you like Njoku or do you like
Njoku.
Hooper?
I do too.
I
I like
like
Njoku.
Njoku.
Yeah. So anybody
remember,
who's been
guys-
watching all season, Nunya told us about week 4, week 5, to pay attention to the tight end matchups versus Baltimore because they've been getting exploited up until that point, and it's basically stayed true all season long. Tight ends going up against Baltimore have been getting an average about 12 to 15 points, I believe, every time they play. On average, I think it's not every week, but it's been about an average. And this is a situation where you got a divisional game. Running backs and tight ends are going to be high in demand in this game. I could definitely see Cleveland leaning on Njoku and Hooper, but more Njoku in this game. So I'm high on the Cleveland tight ends this week. That's the only thing I'm high on Cleveland for. Maybe, yeah, Hunt maybe a little bit, but I don't know. You guys feeling the same way about Cleveland? I know that's a little cross question there that came out of nowhere, but
I am, and I know I don't have to point it out to you guys, but traditionally, Kelsey eats up the Raiders. So
You think?
even though he's on top, anytime it's 3rd and 10, they get 11. I think Kelsey, even though he's number 1, I think he has a bigger production than that, and I think Gronkowski goes higher than I would expect to almost kill Gronkowski and then run that list.
definitely.
Yeah, and the NFL's on this new thing where if a Raider player, while the quarterback's throwing the ball, if the defenseman looks at the quarterback,
It's
wrong,
automatic
it's a
15-yard
penalty.
yeah, right.
So,
especially if they're a
We
top
got
5
that going
quarterback
for
with a
us.
Super Bowl ring. Yeah.
oh yeah,
Seems to be going on a lot in the league. Of those 5, I do see Kelsey having a big game. I do like the San Francisco versus Cincy projection for 2 reasons. Number 1, if you're old like me, you'll remember San Francisco Cincy Super Bowl. That was a great game.
yeah.
I think that's a kind of a cool, just a nostalgic game. Plus, I just see Kittle's being used a lot in this game. I think that's going to be a huge passing game, to tell you the truth. I think Cincinnati lights up passing game. I think San Francisco goes crazy with Debo and Ayuk if he's back. I think he is healthy. But we'll talk about receivers here in a minute. But, I like all 5 of those, and I think Gronkowski probably has a huge game today. Just because I think Buffalo is going to focus on not letting Evans and Godwin get downfield. So I think they're going to play back, and Gronk's going to be over the middle all day long. Might get beat up. He might get hurt in this game. He takes so many hits, but I think they use him a lot. Let's go ahead and move into buy or sell on tight ends, and then we'll get a little break in here. Let you guys go refill your coffee, walk the dogs. And then we'll do that. Let me get you over here to buy or sell. I like all 3 of these on the buy or sell this week. I think they bring up a good point. We got Austin Hooper down there. We got Noah Fant. We got Jared Cook. Jared Cook, to me, is a huge play option this week with Keenan Allen out. We do have Parham. MIA's pointed him out throughout the season over there. So that could take away a little bit from him. But I do like Jared Cook. How are you guys, Nunya? What are you feeling about Jared Cook today? With no Keenan Allen coming through for the LA Chargers here.
I think that bodes well for him. But again, I'm going to sound like a broken record and a depressed Giants fan. They may run the ball down the Giants' throat all day. But the no Keenan Allen, I think he sees more targets. I just don't know how much that offense is going to have to throw.
You see him as a double-digit tight end today?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's one of those guys that most weeks you can count on him close.
Touchdown dependent.
He's going to get his.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get his receptions. I think there's maybe 4, maybe 5 tight ends I think get double digits every week. He's close. I think he's the bunch of people under that.
I agree with that. I think it's a good matchup for him. I think he's 100% going to be touchdown dependent to be in the double digits, but those touchdowns can be there, especially with Keenan Allen out, like we said. And it doesn't seem it would seem like Parham would be the more used target in the red zone, but we continue to see Cook used down there. So I like him. If I have a better option, I'm not going out and looking for him in this situation. But as a fill-in, especially if maybe you're a Waller holder and waited too long, Cook's probably not going to be out there on waiver wires. Really tough spot at the end of the year with, exactly, because you see people, that play outside of the top tier of tight ends. A lot of people will stream tight ends kind of like defenses or kickers. You know what I mean? When you get to outside of the Kittles, the Wallers, the Kelseys. You could definitely find somebody on the waiver wire at this point. But I like him this week, and he is what he is. We know what we got in Jared Cook. He's been playing since before we were all born.
Before we, yeah. He does. He seems like he's played for every single team in the NFL since like the Rams were in LA the first time.
Yeah.
Let's get a couple questions here before we move into Noah Fant here. Laura and Jim Cooperman need 2 in a PPR. Sutton, Westbrook, Akeen, or A-Rob and Chenault? Pick 2.
So I'm picking Sutton for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Sutton.
And Sutton's hitting or miss, but at least you're getting targets. Like, they're getting looks to him. I almost like Chenault, guys.
I think I'm going to go with Westbrook, Akeen there. I've been high on Chenault since the preseason, and the guy looked amazing in the preseason, and they just haven't clicked. They haven't found a way to really get him the ball, and I'm not feeling them. Tough matchup with Tennessee, and on the other side of that, I think Julio Jones coming back bodes well for Westbrook Akeen, so I would go with him.
The fact that they're getting their receivers back lets Westbrook Akeen get away from double coverage. It allows him to be one-on-one slot man again, which could definitely bring up his catching ability. What are you thinking, Nunya? Who's your 2? Sutton and I lean
Chenault. He's Jacksonville's guy, so I guess Sutton and Chenault, but that's tough. The best talent there, I'm gonna again say, is Allen Robinson, but I just don't trust Justin Fields.
In all truthfulness, I picked up a Marvin Jones Jr. this week. So I've been seeing an upswing to Marvin Jones Jr., so that might be a downswing to Chenault, but I still think that, I'm probably running Chenault there. Although, like I talked about, I kind of think Westbrook Akeen might have an upside because of the other guys coming back, like MIA pointed out. So
I agree that Robinson's the best. You know who Robinson reminds me of in Chicago is when Brandon Martin was in Chicago.
Right.
Extreme
wasted.
Talent, just
wasted.
Yeah.
Nobody could get him the ball. For a little bit, you had that connection, the Denver connection that came over because you had Cutler and Marshall.
Yeah.
But then it faded away.
Then Cutler started smoking cigarettes on the sideline and doing stuff like that.
Yeah. Tossing darts. Mark Lambert.
On the sideline.
Mark Lambert coming in with a full PPR, pick 2 flex, Ayuk, Crowder, Gallup. It's a good question.
Case.
Crowder's a number 1, Ayuk's a number 2.
And we have some information that Elijah Moore is not playing for the Jets, which opens up a lot more for Crowder.
I'd probably go Ayuk Crowder there.
So he would. That's where I would go.
I think I'd go Ayuk Crowder.
But Dallas has their full complement of receivers back.
And Gallup's going to be, Gallup gets the ball on running routes. Ayuk is kind of not used to the level of a Debo. But Ayuk, they found interesting ways to get the ball in his hands the second half of the season. And the same thing with Crowder. Crowder last year, right around this same week, maybe the week after, I believe he threw a touchdown pass and then caught one more and went for 100 last year for me in the, just kind of out of nowhere. So Crowder, this time of year, he can make things happen. I'm going with him. Crowder and Ayuk.
I like that. I think I'm going to roll that same way.
And he was on just as bad of a team last year. He had no right to do what he, like I said, he had to throw a touchdown to get me. But yeah, he put me into the playoffs last year.
I might actually be starting Crowder now just because of this information. No, I'm not. All right, but I do like the input. I got Marquise Brown. Jet. It's like Crowder versus Marquise Brown. I like it, but yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well, when I have a situation like that, I would look at it like I'm going to bet on Lamar Jackson before I bet on,
Yeah. Excuse me. I got
Zach Wilson.
All right, so we got Noah Fant, and I'm going to be outright real quick and let you guys answer this. I think Denver's the boat race today. I think Denver blows the doors off Detroit. Now, granted, I said this about Jacksonville and Tennessee about 4 weeks ago and got destroyed in Survivor League because of it. Yeah, I think Denver. I know Noah Fant. I don't know what his score is going to be, but I think he gets a lot of targets today. But I think the deep receivers are the ones who get most of the points in Denver. Noah Fant will be like the secondary look if they're getting a pass rush, because I think they're going to be throwing down to Tim Patrick. But that being said, Noah Fant going forward, he's a good tight end. If you've got him for the rest of the season, feel safe you're going to get 7-8 points out of him every game. I don't know about double digits. He's a touchdown-dependent tight end as well. I'll pass this over to Nunya with that said.
Yeah, completely agree. I think he's that second or maybe third tier of tight ends, and that's what you're going to get going forward. And he's getting his looks, but he is absolutely touchdown dependent. So hold on to him.
He's a streamer to me.
Yeah, I think he's touchdown dependent, and I think the only reason that Denver is in the position that they're in right now is because they have so many weapons. Everybody's kind of spread thin as far as who's getting the targets, but it's not good for fantasy players on Denver, but it's good. It's put them in a position to
win games.
Yeah, exactly.
Take the process.
Yeah. D-Gray, I'll shoot you a message as soon as I get off here, brother.
Oh, nice.
Some new
Inquiring
stuff coming to light, man.
Did it tie the room together? That's what I want to know. Okay, so
we may be going a different route, D-Grade, so I'll hit you up when I get out here.
Oh, nice. I kind of understand what you guys are talking about, but I kind of don't. I'm interested. Anyways, Austin Hooper, we kind of just talked about this just a second ago, and this perfectly streamlined right into what we're going to discuss here. Austin Hooper is the Cleveland Browns tight end, and like we said, Nunya has been kind of letting us all know when you're playing the Baltimore Ravens, watch the tight ends. So Austin Hooper is playing the Baltimore Ravens this week. We also know Ndukwe I can't remember how to say his name, is playing them on the opposite side. And Doku is playing them on the opposite side. So the hot one to pick here is really the hard call. Like, who is the one to go with? Austin Hooper, you may or may not be able to find on, more than likely you can find him on free agent list. You'd probably be able to pick him up and play him if your tight end's down. Now the question is, are you going to do that? Nunya, if you don't own him or you are in need of a tight end, are you swinging at Hooper or Ndukwe?
Oh, yeah. So I think you made a really good point that Njoku is probably rostered in most leagues, and Hooper might not be. I think it's absolutely worth a shot this week. Cleveland goes jumbo. They play two tight ends. They run Chubb. They run Kareem. So I'm not afraid. They definitely do play two tight end sets. I just think that they look more to Njoku. So if you're strapped, if you're stuck, you don't have a tight end, you need someone, he's probably attainable on the waiver wire. I don't think you get Njoku, but I like Njoku better than Hooper.
Did you say his name was Nuke Dukem?
That's it. Nuke Dukem.
All right, MIA, go ahead. Sorry, it's having fun.
The rest of the season, as far as Cleveland goes, unless the person that I'm playing is getting the ball by somebody just handing it to him, I'm not taking a chance on anybody.
Oh,
the ball has to be thrown to him by a guy named Mayfield.
If you had a Jarvis Landry on your team, you would not play Jarvis Landry the rest of the season. That's what you're saying to me.
if I had Jarvis Landry on my team at this point, I would, in my mind, I would be out of playoff, contention anyways, because that would tell me that I'm not a good fantasy football player. But we're going to talk more about Jarvis Landry.
Dropping Jarvis Landry on 3 leagues currently. Yeah, no, that's no, I understand.
I have no faith in Mayfield, and especially going down the stretch here. If it's my only option, I think it's a coin flip on which one's going to have the bigger day, because I think, like Nunya said, they run a lot of jumbo. They have 2 tight ends in there a lot. But it's an emergent situation if I'm starting one of them.
Okay.
Because it's kind of been a split all year. You know what I mean? We've known it. It's not like, and Njoku came out of nowhere or Hooper came out of nowhere.
He took his job. Yeah, it's never been.
Yeah, it's been a 50-50 split, and there's at least 15 NFL teams that have a clear-cut passing tight end, pass catching tight end on their team. So I just stay away from it.
Okay, it's too ambiguous. I gotcha. With that being said, we do have a question. Let's knock this out, and then we'll let you guys go take some coffee breaks. Brady Zabludio. That's a hard one to pronounce. Renfro, Mitchell, Metcalf, Cooper, or CEH and PPR. I'm assuming we're only picking one of those 5. And it looks like it would be a flex position. So where are you guys at on one of those 5?
So I will tell you that I would be immediately down to 2 on there, which would be Renfro and Metcalf for me. I thought that might raise an eyebrow because people might go to another one than Metcalf. I think Renfro for sure. I just think the matchup, he's playing Kansas City. They've been throwing to him a lot. He's not just third and Renfro anymore. They're going to him on first and second down. They're going to him on some slants, some deeper routes, so that's good. Russ Wilson showed he had a little life left in that injured finger last week, and he did go deep for Metcalf twice. Once he overthrew him, and once Metcalf gaffed it. I think I like Metcalf this week. It's personal, but if you go back to the beginning of the year, he's an absolute animal. He's a stud wide receiver, and I think if I'm going between him and Amari Cooper, I'd take Metcalf. So there's my reasoning.
Nice. What are you thinking there, Maya?
That's tough because PPR, I automatically want to go either Renfro, Metcalf, or Cooper. But the same part of me says Sony Michel's going to have a workload over there. Arizona may be able to shut him down, but it's tough. He's going to be the featured back, and especially in a must-win kind of situation. Obviously, Stafford is what keeps that going. And last week being a blowout, obviously that's why we've seen a lot more heavier doses of Michel. I think we all agree the Rams are a pass-first team. I like Renfro there, but Odie, you can vouch for this. When the Raiders lean on something, historically, Andy Reid is able to take that out of the game plan.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that they're going to key in on Renfro, but I'm saying they're going to key in on Renfro and probably shut him down. Yes,
especially with no Waller, they're going to stop Renfro.
Exactly. I think they're gonna force us to beat you over the top, maybe with Deshaun Jackson, maybe get Edwards out there. I have a feeling that Andy Reid has something in store for Renfro because it's been glaring. It's glaringly obvious of what over the last 2-3 weeks of our game plan with Renfro, how our game plan's changed.
Well, I kind of said it to Nunya a little bit earlier, and I'll say it again. I think that the plan for the Chiefs this week is to put safeties back deep and let Renfro have everything underneath. Let him have 100 yards.
Okay.
They'll stop him before bend don't break. You know what I mean? Let him. Don't let Deshaun or Edwards over the top. Let Renfro
that's
eat
what I was going to say.
underneath. Yeah.
He's very familiar with Deshaun and knows what he's capable of.
Yep. To get back to Brady's question, if you would ask me this week 1, Cooper, Metcalf are on the top of my list. You asking me this week 15, I've eliminated both of them from my list, and I'm going with either CEH, which is weird.
Oh.
Or I'm going the other two there, and I'll choose from those three, Sony Michel, Renfro, CEH, for this week only. And I would say for this week only...
CEH was out with the first game against the Raiders, right?
I believe so, yeah. It was Darrell Williams that got that touchdown.
Darrell Williams chewed us up.
Yep, right.
Yeah.
And that's why I would kind of think the CEH is capable of doing the same thing again against the Raiders. But I would also say the Sony Michel is really interesting to me here. I really like the catching capabilities of Sony Michel here today in this situation. I also like Renfro. Like I was saying, I think he's going to eat up underneath. I think underneath Renfro gets 10 catches today, maybe 80, 90 yards. So I'm staying away from Metcalf and Cooper completely in that question, 100%, and I'm going with one of those three. Pick your liking.
I really like that matchup for DK Metcalf though.
Really?
In Houston.
I don't know if Russell can get him the ball. They might have to run the ball with DK.
They might have. Well, they can't run the ball with anybody else.
Right. Exactly.
Over there. You know, I mean, they might as well. Just think about that. If you lined up DK Metcalf and who the hell's tackling?
Exactly. Then we saw it happen with Cordell Patterson's been able to do it. You've seen Deebo Samuel doing it already. Do it, Seattle. Do it. Get the playmaker the ball any way you can.
Is a bandwagon jumping kind of coach. You know what I mean? I don't even consider him a coach. I consider him a cheerleader, but that's a different story altogether. But I could see him jumping on that, and he's done it in the past with Tyler Lockett, plenty of finding interesting ways to get him the ball.
They just need to get DK the ball. Whatever they do, they got to get him the ball before they can.
I like Amari Cooper though today too.
Maybe he might have one of those one shine out games. Who knows? He's not going to do it every single week. We've seen that.
No, and it's mainly because I've got Prescott starting too.
Oh,
so of course I gotta like Cooper.
Now double up
game
the
in the
points.
NFC East.
There's a lot of huge games, but I agree, Nunya. In the NFC East right now, Washington-Dallas is basically for leading the division, if I'm correct, right? That's yeah, because Washington's on 5-game win streak, 4-game. Quietly?
Yes, yep. 5, quietly.
Just like Miami. Kind of just creeping up. Nobody's talking about them. Just doing their little thing.
And they beat some good teams, too. They beat Tampa, the Raiders.
Yep. I tell you what.
And then you got the Eagles right there like that. I mean, if Washington wins this game, puts them to 7-6, the Cowboys to 8-5. The Eagles at 6-7, only 2 games back, and the Giants are the only ones really looking out of it there. Sorry.
And it is a 4-game win streak, not 5.
Well, that's where Nunya wants the Giants, anyways.
Sorry, not sorry. We'll get another game.
Yeah.
Need to replace Daniel Jones.
Talk about Danny Dimes like that's such, sir. Uh-oh, we have
all right, so we're through the tight ends.
Yep, you guys go walk them dogs. I'll chill here with the chat for a moment till you can get back. Go get you some hotel coffee and some microwave coffee. And
sounds good.
I'll be here. We'll be chilling. I'll bring you guys back.
Good. Be right back.
Get this off of the screen. Bam. All right, fam. Stick with me for a couple moments. We'll keep it going here while we're waiting for the other guys to... the guide right just sent me a message. I'll have to check on that here in a moment. Keep it going here for a little bit. Again, I just really do want to say I appreciate all the likes and subscribes that we get every time we do the channel here. We really appreciate it. And if you hit that notification bell anytime we bring it back to a crypto stream, or Bulldog has a video he puts out, or any kind of new information that's coming across, that notification bell will definitely keep you in the, as the kids say, the know. I think that's what they use. But it will bring you information daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. We're almost to a year here. But definitely hit that like and subscribe, and you might want to use that notification bell. It's a good thing. Just to remind you, we are a 24-hour stock and crypto channel. Monday through Friday, we'll have all the hours of the market here, the stock market, with live commentary. And then we'll switch over to crypto. There could be a little live commentary on the crypto side. You are earning free bull coins by just being here right now. And bull coins are our proprietary coin here in the channel. And you can use those coins to do all kinds of cool stuff that you'll learn about the longer you're here in the channel. So if you're new, we really appreciate that. I do see a lot of fam out there I want to give a shout out to. The Sportist Nutritionist, Caesar, Loki, Arctic Fox Alaska, JJ James, my buddy. How you doing today? Let's see, who else is out there? Cassie, GTA, Tom Boom. Seeing all the fam out there today. Hiding Right, Crypto for Us All, D-Grade, Randy Stogner, Corinne, just loving all you guys out there today. Mark Lambert, Laura and Jim, we appreciate you guys. Everybody who's out there, 100% appreciate all the fam here today. We get up every Sunday morning. We could be sleeping in, but we do this for you guys. We like doing it. We know there's a couple of you football fans out there. Not gonna lie, we're all football fans. We'd be doing this anyways by ourselves, so we get to share some time with the fam. We enjoy doing that. Thank you, Robert. Glad to see you out there. Appreciate that. Richard of Carver, the ROC. I got to hear his voice the first couple times this week. Appreciate all you guys joining us in poker. Also, turning the mics on and letting us get to know you a little bit better. I was saying this the other evening, when I hear you guys or see your text, I don't get to hear your voices, so I kind of create a voice in my head, and it's nice to be able to get the real version. I know if I'm correct or not. That's right. It's a little bit weird when you hear the voice for the first time and you've been thinking it one way, and you're like, holy moly, that's not what I was thinking at all. But it is, it's definitely nice. I'm sure you guys thought the same way with me when you're like, that's Odie's voice? For real? Yep. See some love out there. Hearts in the chat. Appreciate that. Just want to give a shout out also to Birdie Hunter, Adam E, and of course Nunya. They've been doing awesome since they've been stepping into the game here, guys. And just a shout out to all three of those guys. They've been doing awesome. They're bringing our channel up even farther. We're just keep rising. That's right, Richard Carver representing. Also, a shout out to the ladies that came along with those guys. Heather E and Robin Whatever. Thank you so much. You guys are doing a great job. Really appreciate that. You weren't even asked to do those things, and you're just given the time, and we really do. I appreciate it. It's awesome. I used to worry about making sure that everybody in the chat was welcomed and stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, I can kind of pull away because I know you guys are doing that, so I really do appreciate it. Rate the burger, Mitchell Wayne. On a burger scale, if it was like one bite, no lie, like the old Barstool schedule or Barstool thing, your burger was an 8.3. That wasn't a good burger, man. I'm not gonna lie, that was the bun was top choice. The bacon was cooked crispy and perfect. That was a good burger. It was definitely a good burger. Thank you for that. I had a good time last night. Your son is so talented too, by the way. We definitely got to get something going. We'll give him some playtime someday. Maybe we could get him playing Christmas music on Christmas Eve, just jamming out with some Christmas music live on the stream. That would be awesome. That would be really cool. But yeah, Mr. Wayne, top-notch burger, guys. Top-notch burger. What did the doctor say to the terminally ill Power Ranger? D-grade, I am afraid. I'm afraid. Does it have something to do with Colin Zordon? I'm quite afraid of this joke. So much fun poker is Yoda. Wait, what? Did I speak in Yoda talk? Was I talking in Yoda talk? Uh-oh. Why? I can't find my Yoda voice today. Probably not a good thing to even bring it up. Oh, good timing though. Good timing. Yep. Mitchell Wayne. It's a good burger. It's a good burger. Like I said, I had a great time last night. I think much of the fam would appreciate just getting a chance to hear how talented your son is. I was blown away. He's got a daughter that plays bass too. Like, holy moly. Oh, thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Arctic Fox Alaska, I think it would be cool too. And when you hear this kid, he's amazing. Amazing. That's right. Burgers sound good today. After having that one last night, I'm like, man, I might do burgers again today. Good morning, C Santa. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Oh, D-grade. That's actually a pretty good joke. I like that. No-go Power Rangers, Richard Carver answers. That's a pretty good joke, D-grade. Rufus like, Pika Pika Final Fantasy. Oh, look at that. Yep. Thank you guys for all them hearts. And yes, Robin, that was so nice. I appreciate that. I see Nunya has returned.
I'm back. Not like Cam.
No, I don't think anybody wants to come back like Cam. You're good for about 5 minutes, and then after the fact. Yeah. By the way, Adrian Peterson update. I think he has 98 yards on 34 carries.
Yeah.
2 touchdowns, though.
Yeah.
That's some nice touchdowns. All right. I'm going to bring Mr. Nunya back in. Do that. We've got... I was just throwing some shout outs to all the hardworking fan members out there, and the new host, and also the wives that came along with the new host, which we know is one of yours, Nunya. Really appreciate
Much
what they've been
love.
doing.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Robin and Heather E.
That's right.
doing the heavy lifting for us. We really appreciate it.
I was saying I used to like try to hang out in the chat a little bit more. I've probably been slacking on my mod ever since they got here because they do such a great job welcoming everybody and just making sure everybody's in good spirits and everything. And it does let off a little bit of my stress, I'm not going to lie, and I 100% appreciate it because they're doing a great job at it too. They make sure everybody is first and foremost in that chat all the time.
That's right.
There's not much more.
Feel welcome and loved.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, C. Santa.
Heidenreich's like, why can't I walk away? Because you love this place. You love it.
Not a cult, not a compound. Yeah. Oh, El Snap's got a guitar playing son. Let's get that fam band together.
Oh, D-grade. That's a funny joke.
You got
That was a good one.
MIA on the drums, right? Snappy can do some singing?
I was trying to talk Mitchell Wayne into that because, yeah, he's got a daughter that plays bass, a son that plays guitar and sings. We've got drums. We've got
Richard
saxophone.
Carver is a music
Hey,
teacher,
look at
guitar
that, Richard
instructor.
Carver.
You're kidding me, really? Holy
Look at the
moly.
talent we have in this fam. And a poker player of late. Good to see you.
Wow, ROC's a music teacher? Holy moly.
I was rocking it with ROC late night the other night. He was up till the wee hours that night that I went all night after I slept on Dayquil.
Look at Captain Modesty there, Mr. Snapatan. I can kinda sing. Sure.
Yeah,
You rock,
sure.
buddy.
Guy's songbird of our generation.
Right. I'm going to step away, guys. I'll let you handle it for a couple minutes and get a coffee, and I will be right back.
You got it.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jen Matt from that left coast.
Okay, Caesar Seal slap at the bass. Okay.
Nice.
I do too, Arctic Fox, Alaska. I love any kind of musical talent.
I can play the radio. That's about it, y'all.
None of you could be the hype man.
That's right. And if we need some help, I got a guy.
There's no Walmarts in Syria, only Targets. D-grade, you're on fire this morning. What's up, buddy?
Heidenreich on the music store and plays guitar and drums. Look at this. The musical talent coming out on a Sunday morning. You never knew.
Yeah. Wow, you own a music store and play guitar and drums, Hyde? Wow. Chris Santa, I need to know, do you remember waking up and having a somewhat conversation with me that day at like maybe 4:35 in the morning? and then going back to sleep like under a minute later. You woke up, you were like, MIA, I've been listening the whole time. And then literally a minute later, you were... Oh, she's a flautist, is she?
Yeah, not gonna read that one.
Tragic failure. That's pretty hardcore. I like that. $15 man. Congrats, ROC. That's awesome. That's let me ask you this, ROC. Do you keep contact with former students, things like that? Is it are you like a teacher, like a school teacher, like music in that kind of setting, or like a private instructor? That interests me, because that's teaching music to somebody is a very that has to be, I've never done it, but teaching any kind of musical stuff like that has to be very trying, but at the same time very rewarding, I would imagine. Hey, Hunter!
I actually did see downstairs in the hotel lobby, they had Max Verstappen. He was in second place when I was down there getting a coffee, so I'm glad he pulled it off. Not this last coffee, but the coffee before. They had the Grand Prix on. It was pretty cool, and Verstappen was in second, so I'm glad he pulled through for you guys. Congrats.
All right.
Happy for the Netherlands.
Congrats, Bada Vane. Hopefully I said that right. That's how you say Birdie Hunter's real, kinda. Bada Vane.
Birdie! Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, Santa, I didn't think you had a recollection. Me, Enzo, ROC, and John Slow, I think we're talking. And right in the middle of the conversation, you're just like, what do you mean? I've been listening the whole time, MIA. And then 30 seconds later, you were snoring again.
Out again. Arctic Fox, what's up? Good to see you.
Oh, Hyde, you got a storied history. Nice.
And some love from the Birdie Hunter coming through the chat. See that? Great.
Love to see it. I look forward to Birdie Hunter's take on now I look forward to that's getting me ready for my week tomorrow morning, tuning into him. It's man, that international outlook is
It sure has helped us a lot on this side of the pond.
yeah.
Good stuff. Let me see if we got 11 o'clock. We should start to get the tweets and some updates. 11:30 is the real updates, but let's see what we get at the 11 o'clock hour, folks. Anything new? L'Jarius Sneed, the best Kansas City Chiefs cornerback, has been ruled out today. That bodes well for Las Vegas. And that's the latest tweet on that one. Let's see.
Oh, someone was snoring on Friday too? Nice.
Ooh, Cam Jordan will miss his first career game, 172 straight games played, and it's not because he's hurt, so read into that It's one of
Wow.
those sicknesses.
Interesting.
Shame. That is, I have checked everybody that I follow football-wise on Twitter and CBS Sports, ESPN, and RotoWorld. So I think I'm up to date at least until the 11:30 updates. For what I can find, guys. Look at that answer from Richard of Carver. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the part 2. There we go. Awesome.
That's very
Because I
cool.
have to imagine that's different than any other kind of education. You not saying one's any better or any worse, but if you're a math teacher, a science teacher, an English teacher, something like that, it's tough to see kind of the fruits of your labor down the line. You know what I mean, and see what progresses. I have to imagine in music, you can see that a lot more as far as where somebody started to where they come, and I'm sure it becomes a lot more personal thing. And that's awesome that you keep in touch with people, and got to be very rewarding, man. That's really, really cool, ROC.
D-grade coming through with another
D
slapper
grade.
there.
Slow down, D grade. You're killing them.
Not exactly PC these days.
No.
All right, I see I left you guys in good hands, and I'm coming back to it.
Yeah, D grade's gone rogue.
Hold on for 1 second, sorry.
We're probably no longer monetized or anything, but D grade's dropping some gems out there. Not
Nice.
gonna lie.
Yeah.
As long as he's
We're
having
going to be
fun.
awfully lonely, but we'll laugh.
As long as it's all in fun.
So you see that from GTA there, MIA?
Yeah, I see him keep baiting me.
Just checking.
I'm
Just making
I'm
sure.
about to throw 50 shares of CEI on the Raiders. What do you think about that, GTA? Let's bet that, GTA. Loser has to buy a call on CEI tomorrow morning.
Ooh.
I'm in on that bet.
Love it.
If you win, I'll buy a put. If I win, you got to buy a call.
Even better.
Yeah. That would kill him to have to buy a call on CEI and then cheer for it. So that's my final offer, GTA.
You are the weakest link. Wait, that's the different show. Never mind. Final offer was Millionaire, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hey, thank you, ROC. Thanks for sharing that with us, man, and talk more about it next time we're in the Discord for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Claypool memes. I did not, Caesar. You guys?
The Claypool memes? No.
I've seen a few.
Oh,
They're good.
wow. Okay, Tony Pollard is out today. That's coming through from Ian Rappaport. So if you're an Ezekiel Elliott holder, you might look to see what the other backup running back is. But Pollard is out.
Odafro, I might need a little help in that Hall of Fame league because I left home without my Yahoo password and I have Pollard starting.
Oh, okay. Let me see what I can do.
60 Dogecoins, GTA. You giving me some points?
We'll do it after the show.
All right. I got you.
What's the spread?
What are you guys doing? What are you doing a little? Be
A
careful.
little
Dogecoin.
Bullcoin bet, I think.
Or yeah, Bullcoin, sorry. Make sure it's Bullcoin.
Yeah.
All in good holiday fun.
Good holiday fun. Where's the line?
Where's the line?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. I'm logging into a digital bookie here, and it is.
To look at it, I haven't opened these things all year, man. I told you guys what happens. Freddie Flintstone.
Yep.
None of that.
Kansas City currently laying 9.5.
9.5. I'll take 8 to GTA to make it fair. 8 points, final offer.
Oh, good times. Good times.
So Denver's a bigger spread, laying 11.5. The Chargers are laying 9.
Denver's a huge spread. And that's
Green Bay's laying 11.5. There's some big spreads.
Denver should get 10 points just for being at home against that ridiculous offense. Get 10, not just 3 or 7. They should get 10 full points. And then add on 7 for touchdown. I'm not seeing any updates besides Tony Pollard at this moment, by the way. I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm looking too. Seeing
Cam Jordan, Saints defensive end, will miss his first career game today as he hits one of the IR list. That's
way too far, D-grade. Sorry. Not bad, but that went too far.
I didn't read it. I'm not going to go hunt it down. I'm going to assume that it was too bad.
Let's move on. Sorry.
No, you're good.
8 points, GTA. That's the spread. Okay, Santa says be fair. 7.5 points.
All right.
There's a new aspect to the game today, GTA. We brought out the odds segment.
We brought out the odds segment, man. There's a reason why they put little minuses and pluses and then big numbers next to the game.
Oh, he's talking about just straight up.
GTA.
Caesar's hitting
Killing me here.
pounds, not just slapping the bass, but classical guitar there.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, 60 Dogecoins. GTA, hey, let's do that in Discord.
What you talking about? 8 points.
Remember what I messaged you earlier a couple days ago? Let's do that in the Discord, just to be safe. I didn't know Les Claypool was the Seinfeld theme. I thought it was somebody completely different. Huh. Thank you for that.
Learn something new every day.
All right, let's get into wide receivers, guys. It is 10:15 Central Standard Time, 11:15 on the East Coast. We'll be keeping an eye out in the next 15 minutes for the first little run of injury updates and first sit 'em start 'em updates. But in the meantime, let's go do a wide receiver recap. I imagine I know exactly who is at the top of that freaking list.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be quite upset about this guy because he destroyed me. Actually, no, it's not. It's not the guy I thought it was, but he's on that list. We'll see him here in a
Hey,
minute.
good morning, Kent, my boy. Hope you're doing well. That Sheba's flying. I know it's going to be a great day. Kent came in with a winner in his pocket. Love to see that. Usually Kent's coming in telling us what's crashing right about now.
Mm-hmm.
And why he wishes he did.
Ikram's been doing his job, I see. Ikram's been doing his job.
Yes. And wait till tomorrow, Kent, when you see we kind of changed the stock stream up a little bit, and you no longer have to look at MViz on the top. So you should be okay. But good to see you, Kent. Always a pleasure. You know it's nothing but love for you, brother.
How we looking today? How we looking?
I may have been on coffee break earlier when you came in, but I didn't say good morning to Heather E. So good morning. Great to see you out here. If I
Yeah, I
missed you
did
earlier.
too.
Good
Morning, Heather E.
Mrs. E and the whole family. Hope you guys are having a good start to your Sunday morning. Heidenreich says, I'm still not done removing snow. Poor guy. Sorry, man.
Hopefully your back is feeling good.
It is literally like 50 and sunny here
That's
today.
nice.
Again, it's and the wind seems to have died down a little bit. So the car did not go over the falls yet.
I can say here in Kansas City that we have not had real winter hit us yet at all. We've had a couple cold days, but we have not seen ice. We have not seen snow. We have not seen multiple days of freezing temperatures where it stays below freezing night and day. So we have not hit winter yet. Thumbs up on that. MIA, I know you can't say the same, so.
Yeah, we've seen some winter.
You've already seen winter. Yeah. You've already shoveled snow. In my eyes, when you shovel snow, winter has arrived.
Winter.
Yeah. So, all right. Justin Jefferson last week, baller game. They still lost to Detroit, guys. They still lost. Painful, but Justin Jefferson, good game. What do you guys think on Justin Jefferson going forward the rest of the season? Minnesota trying to get in a wild card spot if they can. I doubt that's possible, but Justin Jefferson going forward. Nunya?
Stud. Maybe the best guy in the game. People are sleeping on Kirk Cousins, who's having a great season. I expect him to be 100 yards and a touchdown every week. I really do. I mean,
I think that's a fair.
Super bullish.
Yeah. There's like 3 guys that I kind of accumulate those numbers to, and he's right up there with them, one of the 3. Cooper, Justin Jefferson, and Tyreek, I think, are a 100-yard touchdown every week, possibly. Where are you at on Justin Jefferson? Sorry.
Yeah, I think he's the only thing that kind of concerns me is we'll see how long Thielen's going to be out. I think that definitely hurts Jefferson more than it helps him as far as having Thielen on the field. And Kirk Cousins, he continues to overperform as far as stat lines, but he's a bona fide not winner when it comes to winning games. So I think he'll keep. I think even if they don't make the playoffs, I think right down the stretch, Jefferson's still going to be the man there and is going to be for years to come. I mean, you look at these first 2 seasons, he's going to break probably every first 2-year record for every wide receiver ever, if he hasn't already broke it. So I love him. I think he's.
Go ahead, Nunya. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I said it about Nagy before. I'm going to say it about Zimmer now. That team is so talented. They've lost so many close games. Fire him and Jefferson gets better.
Okay.
So I'm really bullish in the future.
Just 2 little follow-up comments. Number 1, here's a quick question to you two. Is Justin Jefferson the best route runner in the NFL?
If he's not the best, he's in the top 2 or 3 for sure.
Yeah, I think he's in the top.
I mean, this guy gets separation. It doesn't matter who's covering him. He seems to get separation. And then the other question is, what's the other receiver on Minnesota that plays opposite of Justin Jefferson? I know Conklin's there, and he's been getting upscale. Conklin's been getting some upward balls, but with Thielen going out last week, there was another receiver there who seemed to be a substantial part of their game plan. I forget his name, but in that sense, when you see a little bit more confidence in
KJ Osborne.
There you go, K. Osborne.
He caught a touchdown this week. He got a touchdown Thursday too, right?
Yep. So they're getting more confidence in him, which makes that Thielen hit not be as painful. Let me put it that way. With Thielen going out, if Osborne can kind of produce some of the numbers that Thielen does underneath, then that leaves Justin Jefferson still in the same position, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, so, and I think numbers-wise, Justin Jefferson is going to still be just fine.
He's going to get targets.
I just think as far as winning games, I think Thielen hurts him there, and I think just when it comes down to clutch time, Cousins can't perform.
I will say this.
Stat line, he puts him up there.
We all saw it, and this is a Week 14 number because they played Thursday night. Jefferson missed a huge touchdown pass that landed right in his hands in that game. So there were points that he didn't get this week that he could have gotten in Week 14. Sorry if you played him. Still had a pretty decent week. But, yeah, the Detroit game was kind of painful. And I know we're talking about a guy who's already played this week. But going forward, I just think Justin Jefferson's such a big part of that offense and a big player in the NFL going forward. You might, if you're a dynasty league guy or something, you hold on to this cat.
he's gonna be worth it for years to come.
I think that goes right into our next guy,
right?
As far as somebody who already played this week.
Who at the beginning of the season, not gonna lie, I had drafted this guy and Claypool, and I got rid of this guy early on in the season. I got rid of him. The last 5 weeks, the last 6 weeks, I don't care if it was Ben or Rudolph or anything. This cat has stepped up, and you guys all know his name, Deontay Johnson. I'm ridiculously bullish on him in the future. I don't care who the quarterback is in Pittsburgh. If this guy's on their roster, he's a playmaker. Nunya, where are you at with Deontay Johnson going forward? And just, I guess, anywhere right now, Deontay Johnson roster-wise, would you make a move for him? It's Ben throwing it to him, but man, this dude, he's been making plays.
Yeah, I'm bullish, and like you said before, although Ben's kind of done, he still has the arm. He doesn't have the support of the team, and maybe he gets benched. Either way, Deontay Johnson has the talent, and he's obviously written in the game plan.
Right. Am I it?
Yeah, that's the way I see it. I'm not bullish on Ben, but he's got that connect. Like he's gonna throw the ball to Deontay, and I agree. He still has the arm. He just doesn't have anything else
No time
left
in
in
the
him. Yeah, and that's that. He's not as mobile as he was. He can still take a hit in the pocket. I'll give him that. But I like Deontay Johnson. I think he's going to be a force. I think that team, I don't know what their plans are. I don't see Rudolph as being the future, so I don't know if they draft a quarterback. I don't know if there's a free agent move or a trade that they make in the offseason.
Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. What were the 3 teams that Russ said he would go to?
Detroit.
I know there were.
It was all with awesome receivers. New York Giants was because they had 4 awesome receivers. Somewhere else they had Denver was one of them because they had awesome receivers in John Elway, and Vic Fangio and that offense had already let the Russell Wilson Cook thing already go, and now he's in Denver. So I'm trying to think what that guy's name was, but it was the guy that was in Seattle that let them do the Russell Wilson Cook. He's now in Denver running that part of it. But there's one other team, Saints. Was that what it was? Yeah, Saints, Denver, and New York Giants. Yep, those are the 3 teams.
And the Giants have a really good number 1 pick of their own. They have the Bears number 1 pick, the Bears number 2 pick, the Bears number 2 pick next year. They have some ammunition and they're hot for them. So that's just some inside Giant blog stuff, but they have the ammunition to go down.
And Denver has the wide receivers to go ape crap with balls all over the place. Like if you put a quarterback in Denver that with 5 seconds of passing time, that will be a 5,000-yard passer easily. With that wide receiver core there, it's frightening what they got. I'm glad they don't have a quarterback.
All right. So, you guys, this is the one that killed me last week. T. freaking Higgins. We talked about him. I even kind of mentioned him and Boyd in last week's fantasy show that, I figured they would core in on Chase and that you'd watch for these 2 guys, and I crappy not. T. Higgins burnt me possibly out of the playoffs. 50 points close to last week. Ridiculous yards, ridiculous touchdowns. I don't think it's going to be, you don't see that the rest of the season from T. Higgins, but man, it came at the wrong time for me. What are you guys thinking about T. Higgins or even Boyd the rest of the season, knowing that Jamar Chase is over there, going to be getting a lot of the eyes and vision going to Jamar Chase on that side of the field. Both those guys, T. Higgins and
Jamar Chase dropped 2 big passes last week.
He did.
Not to take anything away from him, I think it's going to be impossible to predict between Boyd. I think Chase is going to get his targets every week. I think Boyd and T. Higgins are going to kind of be on the same page. I don't think I think they both have upside, but a lot to go around over there, and with Mixon It's tough. It's tough. I don't think Higgins puts up these kind of numbers again this year.
Okay.
I'll say that. And doesn't mean he's not a strong play. Doesn't mean that Tyler Boyd isn't too. But it's tough to really, they're like the old Saints down there when the Saints had, four decent receivers that you never knew who was gonna hit any week.
Yeah. Changes.
What do you think, Nunya?
Yeah, too many mouths to feed in Cincinnati. That offense is just too much, and he's not one of the studs. So I think he's fourth or fifth mouth to feed, and really touchdown dependent.
This was his week.
And
Yeah.
this week they're going against San Francisco, who I think is going to run the ball and try and take some time off the clock. I think Mixon's going to run the ball more. I think I'm not digging it this week, and I think he's touchdown dependent. So,
Okay.
not a big fan.
Good outlook. Any questions coming in from the chat before we swoop in here?
Cam or
Cam
Taysom?
Boy. Hey, I don't think any of us like that question. That's like, garbage or garbage?
Hot garbage or just garbage?
I mean, I go with Taysom just on the matchup, I guess, at the Jets. But then you got Cam at home versus Atlanta. Flip a coin. I don't know.
Who's got the better running back starting?
Taysom Hill,
Yeah.
I think. I think Taysom Hill just has a better. I think that hurts. What's his name not playing hurts their defense, but at the same time, if that can allow the Jets to generate some offense, that could bode better for Hill as far as stats. But it just might be the Alvin Kamara show all day against those Jets.
More reason to take Taysom. Taysom dump off to Kamara, and he takes it to the house. It doesn't have to be a 60-yard pass to be a 60-yard touchdown. It'd be a 4-yard pass.
Exactly right. And
I believe Cam's.
Kamara could get him downfield, and then Taysom run that ball and get you a touchdown on a rushing touchdown. Now, granted, Cam could do the same thing, but who's getting Cam down the field before Cam gets that rushing touchdown? I'm assuming Cam's kicker is going to see a lot more work than Cam himself on the goal line. So
Let's not forget they're coming off a bye, but the last time Cam played, he was benched.
yeah,
Yes.
right.
After starting 5 for 21 with 2 interceptions.
At least Taysom Hill was able to get him down the field multiple times. Yeah. So yeah, I think we're all kind of leading more towards the Taysom side on that question for sure. GTR is saying, I don't know, go with Cam or GTA. Yeah.
Look at that by Caesar though. There's some knowledge. Threw 4 picks and still had 25.
Yeah, you're gonna get rushing yards with them.
He had almost 100 yards rushing, didn't he?
Was that with Kamara too? Was Kamara out?
Kamara was
Kamara was
gone.
So, like you said, Kamara is gonna get minimum 5 catches
Yeah,
out of the backfield.
Yeah. Not to mention the RPOs that could turn into more catches simply because of the situational football where, oh, look, now they're playing up on Taysom. Now I can just pass out to Kamara or vice versa. The Kamara pass that was supposed to be now becomes a Taysom run. Whereas Cam...
Well, they're playing garbage teams. That's what
both of them are, really.
Bodes good for them. But conference games, divisional games are always tighter, always more familiar.
Yep.
Yeah. So even though Atlanta is kind of a garbage team, I think they can give Cam some trouble.
I'm going to check back on that, GTA. You've been pretty good on picks, so I'll listen to that. I'm not going with you there, but I'll pay attention to it for sure. If Cam does wrong, I'll eat my crow. All right. Let's see here. Let's move over to projections. And I do like these projections this week. Every week, I see a couple that I don't like, but these projections this week seem to be pretty good on. I always do, whenever I see Diggs' name up there, I cringe a little bit, but this week I think it's the right play. I do think Diggs is going to get some action this week. Tampa Bay's corners are horrible, and they're bringing Richard Sherman back out of IR and activating him again. So it just tells you how bad they're hurting still on DBs, and they're getting this late to the season. they're still susceptible
Yeah.
to deep passing, and Diggs and Allen are finally starting to warm up over the last couple of weeks. So I do like this Diggs play. Anybody sticking out there, MIA, that you're hot on? Any of them that we're missing that could be up there that you think? What do you see him?
No, I think it's all pretty, I think those are 5 superstars that are all should get, somewhere around those points. Obviously, any of them could be shut down. Tyreek, we seen shut down, what was it, last week? 2 weeks ago? I don't know. The Raiders, I think, can shut Tyreek down by letting Kelsey destroy us. So, if we see 35 points out of Kelsey, yeah.
Well, I think they're going to do what everybody else has been doing, and that's just play back really far and let running backs and or tight end be the. It's kind of like what my Chiefs game plan was the other way around for the Raiders. Bend, don't break. Let them kick field goals, basically. They get down to the 20, then tighten up in the red zone, basically. But we'll see. It's how the Chiefs always play the Raiders, and it's how the Raiders always play the Chiefs. It ends up planning out like that, and then it turns into a shootout in the 30s.
Yeah. We got a wide receiver question there from Jules Fontenot.
Nice.
Chenault or Brian Edwards?
Right.
Take this one, Raider fan.
I would love to tell you this is going to be the week Edwards breaks out. And there's always that chance. It's not. Chenault is in the same boat. Both young kids. Chenault's a rookie. Edwards in his second year. Neither one getting. I would say Chenault is probably more integral to the offense at this point, and would probably lean with him. Edwards, if I'm looking for a higher ceiling, if I need more points and I'm taking more of a risk, I would go with Edwards. But if I'm playing it safe, I'm going to go with Chenault.
Nunya, where are you at on this?
I kind of agree. I think you will get more steady points out of Chenault. I don't expect a blow-up game. I think if you really need to make a splash to make playoffs, I'd go with Edwards. I don't have a ton of faith in that Jacksonville offense, but I think he's going to get even more steady points. So it depends on where you are. This point is really playoff make it or break it sometimes. So it might just depend. If you already secured a spot, I take Chenault. If you really need to make it, listen, you can lose by 1 or you can lose by 1,000. I'd go with Edwards.
I've had Edwards for about 8 or 9 weeks this season. I think he's had one good week during that 8 or 9 week period, even after Ruggs was dismissed from the team. I just don't count on Edwards to produce. Waller's gone, so that might be more of a chance for Edwards to produce, but like we talked about before, I think Renfro's the main recipient of those anti-Waller passes today. So I would go Chenault. Even though, like I said earlier, I kind of picked up Marvin Jones this week, but I just think the passing opportunity down there in Jacksonville today is going to be huge, so they're going to have to throw the ball around a lot. So I like Chenault this week over Edwards. I want to make a couple comments on the comments that are coming through the chat. Nufo, I hope Cooper 2 TDs doesn't happen today because I believe I'm playing you, and I'm really hopeful that Cooper doesn't score 2 TDs. Also, I think somebody said Tyreek Hill is going to feast today or something like that. I agree. That's all I'll say.
I bet MIA, who's starting a Dak Prescott, wouldn't hate those touchdowns going there to Cooper.
Oh, I'm fine with it.
We don't need to have no Cooper touchdowns. He can throw him to CeeDee Lamb all day, but he needs to keep him away from Cooper.
No, I think I'm playing CeeDee Lamb, so no.
All right, well then he can throw him to that tight end they got down
Schultz.
there.
Yeah, there we go.
D. Schultz all day long. All right, Jules Fortuneau, I think I said that. Knox or Richard Seals-Jones? Ricky Seals-Jones.
Ricky.
I'll go Knox there. I'll go Knox. Just, obviously I'm going to be wrong on at least 1 or 2 of these Bills pass recipients, but I have to go with anybody on the Bills that I may consider starting at any time. Today would be the day because they're going to have to air the ball out.
And Allen looks for him.
Yeah.
I take Knox in that spot.
By the way,
too.
guys, there is a heist going. If you want, type in heist and then 1 through 100 and get in on that holiday themed heist.
Okay, I'll ask you guys a question real quick. You got to start too. St. Brown, Westbrook, Akine, or Julio Jones? You got to start too.
Take a swing, go with Julio.
So Julio and
Akine and Julio are on the same team, right? You're stealing,
Yeah,
you're
so-
stealing catches from one or the other with that guy. St. Brown,
And put-
Detroit wide receiver, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's how I'd go. I'd separate the teams and take who I think is the better on the one team. So I go Junes and St. Brown.
I honestly don't think Goff has any time to run today because I don't think anyone in Denver is respecting the fact that Detroit can run. So they are just going to blitz and blitz. You're going to see 8-man blitzes, 9-man blitzes, bringing the house on Goff today up in Denver. And until they can prove they can run the ball with whoever this running back is, I don't think anybody's ever seen run the ball. So, yeah. Yeah. Happy Woo Year. All right, I'm going to roll
Go
this.
for 3 on heists.
I'm going to roll this into buy or sell, but before we start talking about this, Nunya, have you taken any swings through Twitter in the last 5 minutes?
Let me check it again. I did
We
not.
just rolled
Let me
over
check
into
it
that
right
half an
now.
hour
We just
mark.
rolled over 11:30. Yep.
I'm looking at Field Yates. Nothing new. Ian Rappaport. Got a couple things Ian Rappaport's.
We know David Johnson yet. He's on that naughty list. That's that list. He's ill. So David Johnson is definitely not playing.
Brandon Cooks is active for the Texans. David Johnson has been placed on the reserve list, injured reserve, so he's out in the Texans game. Cornerback Jimmy Smith for the Ravens is out today, so the Ravens pass D gets even worse. Might be another move towards tight ends playing against the Ravens.
Yep, L'Jarius Sneed. Sorry, I don't know if.
Oh,
this
no.
already, but yeah, your best corner is out.
Oh,
and
no.
guess why? You want to know the reason?
Injury report?
Personal.
Where are you seeing that at? Oh, no.
This is on rotoworld.com.
Darn it.
And it just says Sneed has started every game this year and routinely plays every defensive snap for the Chiefs. He's turned things up as of late, 5 pass defenses and 2 interceptions over the past 4 games. He's clearly their best D-back. His absence should give the Raiders a passing output and a slight boost. So all it says is he's out for personal reasons.
Crap. I hope everything's okay. That kid's... We drafted him last year. He played... Actually, this might be his 3rd year. We drafted him that Super Bowl year. I think he played in the Super Bowl winning season. And he's just gotten better each and every single game.
I've been paying attention to him. He's a corner who can stick. He's
Oh,
a
yeah.
corner who tackles.
He
and
tackles,
I dig that.
yes.
That's old school.
He doesn't care how big the running back is. He will come up and put beef on it. Yeah, all day. Yep. Man, that stinks. That's I don't like hearing that. That's really big for our game, though, MIA. That's real big for you guys.
Yes, it is.
He's got a little smile in that statement.
A little pep in the step.
20 more minutes of us being friends, Odie. then you're in timeout for 5 hours.
Oh, then I can send obscene messages on your phone? All right, it's on. All right, so we're not seeing any other updates than that right at the moment. We'll keep our eye on it while we're going through these last little segment here. We got about an hour left in the show. If you got any questions, guys, feel free to hit them up. We will give you the best answer we can possibly give you. In the meantime,
I don't think that's a terrible gamble there, Caesar. I think you're good. I think Connor has shown some true ability to carry the load, but Edmonds is going to take advantage, at least on 3rd down. Kingsbury's going to get the ball in his hands.
And like I said, I think Connor has been carrying the load, like you said, and if Edmonds is healthy, why not take some of that load off him for the stretch?
Yep. Good point.
What's the wager between MIA and Odifro?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, we'll have to think about that, Nufo. We got an hour and 19 minutes to decide.
I think we should save the wager until a playoff game, maybe. If there's a playoff Raiders Chiefs game, because I'm already up.
Well, what if the Chiefs don't make the playoffs? So.
I mean, if that's the case, then we're not here anyways, because the world's come to an end. Like, Chiefs are making the playoffs. So.
Do I smell one of the two of you eating another chip?
Oh no!
Chiefs could win another Super Bowl, and I wouldn't eat another chip.
Just throwing it out there.
Not happening. That's a good question, though, Nufo. That's a good question.
D grade.
We're almost at Christmas. I don't know. I'll think of something, Nufo. We got a couple minutes. I'll think of something.
D-grade, buddy.
I haven't seen a super chat since I've been watching. Get over your act together. Oh, D-grade. Thank you for that, buddy. Hope you're doing good. I know you're driving today.
Great to see you and hear from you today, buddy. And you know we do this out of just love for the community and the fam, and we're glad to answer everything. You're the man. We really appreciate it. Super happy to hear from you this morning, bud.
Always.
Thank you so much. And Kat's right. That is the miracle of the BDT family. We literally have two people who should be literally hating each other right now, live on the stream, joking around. Like, that's not normal. It's not normal at all.
It's just not normal.
Like, if I told other people in Kansas City right now that I was farting around with some guy wearing a Raiders jersey 3 hours before game time, I'd have black and blue eyes. They'd be talking to me.
If I told my Raider fan friends, that he wouldn't be too happy. But that's what Bulldog Trading does, guys.
That's right.
It bridges the gaps between, nobody likes Giants fans, so none of you is not even in this. I'm kidding, Nunya. Another one of my best friends is a Giant fan. So I've always had a Giant fan, and like I said, it was destined in 91 or 90 for us to meet in the Super Bowl.
I had to put this name together for a second. It says, like, I was great seeing you last night. I was like, wait a minute, where did I go last night?
That's Mitchell Wayne's.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yep, that's Cat. That's the one I knew it as. It was Cat. So I'm learning this name too.
That's thinking at first. I'm like, Odie, what you doing?
No, we're all good. But thank you. It was great seeing you too last night. Everybody knows I got to go out and hang out with Mitchell Wayne and his family last night. Great hamburger. Had great hamburger. It was pretty cool. Pretty good time.
Get GT,
meeting the trader fam.
Wow, it's very nice.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Nunya, I was trying to hear what you're saying there.
Mr. Santa.
I came in and said good morning.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Saying good morning to him.
Dr. GT, good morning.
Wow, it's
Jules
very nice.
Fontenot, Westbrook for sure, he's saying. Was there a question in there we missed, or was he just going along with one of our answers?
Not sure. CC Santa dropping super chat.
Through. Thank you so much, brother. Really, people don't forget to tip the family footballers. Much love to my brothers.
Much love to you, Mr. Santa. Now we don't have to put you in the bathroom.
In the bathroom. There's the spicy fro.
Always great to have you around, my man. Always great.
It is. And the fact that you don't remember waking up and talking to me the other night just makes it all that much more special.
That's awesome. GTA, that's a good one, but I can't read that online. I like that joke. See that spicy fro getting redeemed. All right, so let's roll into some buy or sell here. It's 11:45.
Jules Fontenot coming in with 1-2. Keep it up, he says.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Jules. Much appreciated.
Appreciate it. Oh, wow, we got 60 likes too. Appreciate that, guys, so much.
Here we go.
Keeps us going here. Lets us know we're doing pretty good, so I appreciate that. All right, so we kind of talked about Higgins.
We kind of talked about Higgins. We've kind of talked a little bit about Cooper too, but let's. I know you're not big on Cooper
this week.
Right now, Odie.
No.
I just think with Pollard expected to not play, and even if he does play, he's banged up. Zeke banged up. huge game for Dallas. That's not to say that he has to perform, but Dak's going to have to, he's going to have to throw the ball. I like him this week. I'm not going out and getting him. You know what I mean? If I don't own him. What do you think about Cooper? Nunya?
I think this week specifically, I like him. I think Washington's defense was touted so big going into the year, and they're on a little bit of a run, but it's not their offense. And you're right, Noah Pollard is going to get him the ball a little bit more. So this is just a huge game.
Robert Harris, 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 Robert Harris,
wide receiver.
Oh, Robert Harris.
A little bit stronger.
Come on, Robert Harris, Robert Harris.
CeeDee Lamb?
CeeDee Lamb, that's why I'm like Debo, CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, I like CeeDee Lamb better. What's your opinion there, Mr. Odefro?
I talked crap on Justin Gallup last week a little bit, and he showed me up immediately into that game. I'm not going to talk crap on him this week. I think Justin Gallup has a better game than Amari Cooper today. That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just not impressed with Amari Cooper since week 1. He just hasn't came to play. I think he's just showing up. He's running his route.
Wow,
Maybe that's why the
very
Raiders got rid of
nice.
him. Maybe that's why they cut him. I don't know. Maybe it was just part of a trade that what's his name wanted. But to me, Amari Cooper has not been a number 1 or a number 2 all season long. And in that case, I'm kind of gallopy, if that's even a word.
Robert Harris, Robert Harris.
Robert Harris.
Robert Harris.
Robert Harris. Lieutenant Likes coming in hot. And then we got Cassie coming in even hotter.
Oh, 3-game win streak, Cassie. Going for 4.
And go, Cassie.
Get the 4th one. Finish the season strong, Cass. Get the 4th one for sure. All right, so we got.
This might be
Oh, go ahead,
terrible
sir.
timing here. I'm not sure if you know this. Might hurt Cassie's feelings a little bit too. Do you know that Kyle Long is out as well? Your offensive lineman there that just came across.
Dun, dun, dun.
Max Crosby. Oh. All right. Don't break my Chiefs spirit anymore, Nunya, with your crappy updates from Florida. Keep those Chiefs ones out of the chat. No, I feel you. All right, so you guys are both Baker haters. We know that. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Landry. Nunya, where are you at with Landry? If you have him, if you don't have him, what are you doing with him the rest of the season?
I think he's one of those guys who have to start if you have him, but he's one of those guys that was drafted higher earlier in the season with hopes, and I think a lot of people have had dreams taken out of their sails. So, I start him if he's on my team. I'm hoping he's starting in a flex. Not bullish. And again, it's Baker. Love Landry. Hate Baker.
Gotcha. You the same, MIA? You kind of the same?
Couldn't have said it better. We thought things would change with Odell gone. I don't think it was Odell that was the problem. I think it's the little guy throwing the ball back there. And I like I said, we talked about this before. I like Mayfield as far as his character and stuff like that. I just think he's not a good football player.
Yeah.
And when I say not a good football player, I mean he's an elite football player who's better than 99.8% of the world. He's just not a great NFL quarterback to me.
Yep.
We got us a super sticker extravaganza.
I know. Look at all these.
Guys.
Adam
Guys
E.
showing out.
You guys are coming in. Appreciate all these guys. Caesar C.
Caesar C.
Look at this. Did you guys see D-Grade's good joke? This was actually a pretty good
did.
one. If you watch Jaws backwards, it's a heartwarming
Bobby
story.
Boucher coming up here too. Jules Fontenot.
Oh yeah.
Football is the devil.
I go with Boucher over Falco anytime. Although with the Matrix about to release, Falco probably would be trending upward.
Look at this.
So
Shane Falco.
Final answer, yeah. I go Shane Falco there, Jules.
Whoa! I don't like that text, GTA. I don't care which guy you're talking about. I don't like that final text that just came up in the chat. We need to get that one removed. We get that one. Get the both of those. I don't like that.
Sorry. You guys might understand it, maybe not. I'll talk about it later. Falco all the way, Adam E. I thought those were personal attacks against me. I really did. Sorry, GTA. Thought you were attacking me. You were going after Odell Beckham. I'm sorry.
You thought that he said Odie there? You thought he said Odie is the problem?
Odie's the problem.
No, I was just playing. I knew what he meant, but that's little.
Moving on.
Yeah, that's my name. That's my name. So I was like, hey, whoa, what's the problem? What's the problem here? What did I do? No. Somebody had asked a question. Who gets more points, Mahomes or Rodgers this week? I think it's Rodgers.
Yeah, I think it's probably Rodgers.
I want to say that was Nufo's question. I think
Although
it's Rodgers.
Mahomes torches us, so
He does, but man, it's divisional. I think there's a lot of other things that can happen with receptions, sacks, things like that. And I think Rodgers just shows
Super chat.
Has the hurt though, but he's playing prime time. Unless it's a Thursday night game, I think the stars want to be stars in primetime games. They want to do it all. I like Rodgers.
Yep, kind of with you on that.
Dr. GTI coming in. Thank you guys so much today. Man.
Great show, fellas. Take it to the Ocho. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
And the Ocho. We get that.
It's an interesting move. Let's see how it plays out.
Whoa, what is coming in there from Tyson Casey? Did you guys read that?
Who should I pick up now that Renfro? Whoa. Flip into the Twitter real quick.
That anywhere.
Tyson, what I would do is go ahead and recheck that information and I'm looking at anything right now.
Officially active. Alvin Kamara, Julio Jones, Curtis Samuel, Landon Collins, Brandon Cooks. Officially inactive. Tony Pollard, J.D. McKissick, David Johnson, Ryan Ramczyk. Not saying nothing on no Renfro. That's FUD in them their books, I think. That's FUD.
I can't find that anywhere. Renfro, everything I see is starting.
The Raiders are in trouble if Renfro's out.
Renfro's in there like swimwear. And Nufo definitely steaming Willie Beeman. You kidding me?
Yes.
Oh, it's National Gingerbread House Day. Cool.
Oh, nice.
What are you talking about? Gingerbread cookie Oreos or something?
No, we got them cinnamon roll Oreos.
Cinnamon roll Oreos. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a gingerbread Mountain Dew I saw that kind of scared
I think Cassie was talking about that, yeah. Gingerbread Mountain Dew. Is that just like a ginger ale with some caffeine in it?
Well played, Tyson. You did make us look.
Oh, that was a make you look situation? Well played, sir. Well played.
Well played.
You arm off and we fell for it, Tyson.
We did. Hey.
You know we're live.
Only once.
Not
we
a
don't get
recording.
fooled again.
You know it's not a recording now. We are here live.
You know, I might opt for Uncle Rico because he could throw the ball over a mountain.
Get out of here.
And if Coach would have put him in,
there's one thing you guys. There's another Keanu Reeves character you guys have completely forgot about. Johnny Utah.
Make it 2, Utah.
Johnny Utah was a great quarterback, but he blew his knee out playing Boise State.
Yeah, and had to result to a life of
FBI bank robbery detection. Yeah.
Nick Nolte by day, Swayze by night, all day.
All night.
That's pretty much what he was doing.
Basically,
right?
yeah.
Andre.
Yep. Who else was a quarterback in the movies that had to retire and do something else? I can't remember. But Rico was probably the best. Uncle Rico. Yeah.
Damon Wayans and Last Boy Scout. That was a good one.
Old Satan Claus. Watch out for good old Satan Claus. I love that movie. Last Boy Scout's a great movie.
Cassie, I had for not just for my fantasy team, for my real life team too. That was well played. I give credit where credit's due.
You know I be tracking all the Andres.
Especially the way it was worded. You know what I mean? I like when Master draft. The fact that they worded it and said, so who do I pick up now that with Renfro out? Like, they just kind of casually said it, but knew what they were doing. Well played.
Painful. It was painful. All right, moving on. We are in the last 35 minutes of the show, guys. Let's knock out the quarterbacks and take any questions that anybody's got. And we'll get Nunya's roster fixed since he can't do it in Florida.
Yeah, do you guys want to take the recap? I just got to make a phone call real quick.
Whoa.
Got it?
You're not going to call any
Got you.
Raiders fans and try to let them know L'Jarius Sneed's not playing. We don't need to know that.
I'm about to call people and make some Chiefs fans look and see if Tyreek Hill's out.
Who do I start?
I wish you were the only Chiefs fan I know wasn't on this show, so I could text you and just be like, "Yeah, dude, who do I pick up, Odie? Now with Kelsey not playing."
Oh, well, let me tell you, his name's Blake Bell. He's a tight end. You should start him this week, and Josh Gordon too. He's up on top of it as well. Start both those.
Oh, we've got Brandy Powers' true love child in the chat.
Anybody see Batman? Should we send up the signal?
Wait, is this? Hold on. Is that Brandy? Brandy Powers? Is that the?
Brandy's Batman from our poker game.
Oh, okay.
But that's Brandy Powers' true love child, so he's just looking for mom.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully
I've
that
seen
doesn't
Brandy.
creep her out and she doesn't run away again.
We'll set up the bat signal. I think she's more comfortable there now.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Oh, Adam
Long as
Sandler.
we are.
There's another one. Burt Reynolds in the
Yeah.
original. What was the original prison movie? The one that Adam Sandler remade. Meme
Longest
Machine?
Yard.
Longest Yard. Meme Machine.
Longest Yard had the in the Adam Sandler version. Chris Santa, aka Joey Diaz, actually had a cameo in that movie.
Chris Santa, I'd like to check your IMDb. I'd like to check that out.
Wow, is very nice.
Come on, we got to keep these super chats going. 30 more minutes, D-Grade says. We appreciate anybody
Yes,
just
D-Grade.
commenting in the chat, and we really do appreciate super chats. Please don't feel free that you have or feel that you have to do super chats, but we do appreciate them.
Yes, very much
do.
so.
And we love you too, D-Grade. We do.
Yeah, you don't even gotta switch me off. Just give me 2 minutes, Odie, if you guys just want to go
Oh,
over
okay.
the recap real quick.
Yep.
I'm just gonna.
Gotcha. Ninja version. He vanished like a ninja. That was like Leonardo on Turtles. All right, so let's do a little recap here. Nunya. Kyler Murray came back, and it was regular Kyler Murray. Did Matt's Market win, by the way? I didn't even look to see that if Kyler Murray brought him a win.
He did not. Came back to the pack.
Okay. But Kyler Murray did not. He came back and went right to normal Kyler Murray.
What they did was they gave him the extra week of rest. I give them a lot of credit.
Right.
They
took
put
the
themselves
L.
in a good position to be able to rest him, but they were willing to take the L to get him healthy. And wow.
Down the
He's
road,
got
that
it
may
in the
pay
legs,
off.
He's got it on the arm. Yeah. I'm bullish. So that's a recap. I'll just tell you going forward, I'm bullish.
Okay. Yeah, I'm bullish on him too as well. I'm actually really interested in the game today. I think we talked about it a couple times. It's the Monday night game. Rams, Arizona. I think that's a huge game this week, and I want to see how Kyler Murray does with the pressure of trying to literally take over the NFC West and hold it down now that Russell Wilson is basically out of the picture for this season alone. Who is the leader in the NFC West? And I think Kyler Murray is going to show everybody that he's the guy to beat in the NFC right now. Hopefully that's the case. I don't know. Stafford could do the same. Their team could. If Rams do it, it's not really Stafford. It's more of a team. If Kyler Murray in Arizona does it, it's Kyler Murray. Because they're not doing it
Yes.
without Kyler. But
And real quick, I just want to let Crypto for us all know, if you happen to scroll up and you were reading something, that was a well-played joke on us. Renfro is not out. We're good.
yeah, Renfro is playing. Yep. That was just a joke, guys.
We fell for it hook, line, and sinker. We panicked, but we're good.
Is that the real Brandy or is that a joke Brandy? I don't know. If that's a real Brandy, thank you for joining us today and thank you for playing poker on Friday.
See you Tuesday, we hope.
Let's see. Kyler helped me beat Westside and that made me happy, Caesar says.
There you go.
I'm actually playing Westside in like 3 different leagues this week. I got him on both of his ESPN leagues I'm playing him in. I'm hoping not to get losses. He's already locked in playoffs in both of them, but I'm just hoping not to take losses. By the way, for you youngsters, Warren Beatty. Heaven can wait. Okay.
Heaven can wait. Very true.
Great quarterbacks in movie history. Oh, look who my lovely friend there is, Sabrina. Good morning.
Sabrina, good morning. Hey, did we mention Sly Stallone in that Pele movie when they were in prison? He was the quarterback.
Did not remember that one. Do not remember that one. Great quarterback movies, though. Great quarterback movies. That's what the topic of discussion is today. Tom Brady's recap last week. You don't even really have to recap it. That's a Tom Brady every week score. He was up in the top 3. Yippee-ki-yay, it's Tom Brady. I know TikTok's happy somewhere. But, yeah. Tom Brady putting up his normal 30 points. Ho-hum. I'm so down on other quarterbacks if they're not named Patrick Mahomes. So, all right. Justin Herbert here had another good week. We saw it. He might do it again this week. I don't know. He got a pretty good matchup. I'm looking without Keenan Allen. It kind of hurts his chances, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on Justin Herbert this week? You can go ahead and give me your thoughts on Tom Brady too, if you really have any. I don't.
My thoughts of Tom Brady are exactly what you said, and like I said earlier and last week, I think Bruce Arians and Brady just want to push on the gas and secure that, if they can, secure that bye and be the number 1 team in the NFC. As far as Herbert, I'm bullish for the future. I'm not super bullish this week in particular because I think they're going to kick the snot out of the Giants and run the ball and Eckler them to death.
Okay. So Brady 22 points? 26 points?
Yeah. And I don't know if Nufo is playing with us again. I think he is, but there is a little piggy issue, so I'm going to see if we can read anything. I doubt we would know this early in advance because it's a flexed out night game, but I do not see anything about Aaron Rodgers to scare me yet.
Flash Gordon was a QB. Little piggy Aaron Rodgers, I think they're joking with us. Nufo's is trying
I know he's got a hurt foot, for real.
We already know that. Batman almost ate my lunch at poker on Tuesday. Oh, she was playing through,
Batman's got game.
No
Brandy
doubt.
was not joking. Batman's got game. All right, yeah, I don't see anything, so happy birthday, Nufo.
Ooh, Richard Carver calling out Little Giants. That's a good movie. I did like that movie. It was a good time Friday night. I'm glad some of you all behaved well. We had some new people joining in, and it was nice to see that we were allowed them to talk and join us. It was nice. If you're out there and you haven't played poker with us, definitely join us on Tuesday or Friday nights. Use your bull coins to enter. It's a fun time, and I'm sure leading into the holidays is going to get even more fun, so we'll have more people around. All right, so we've done kind of the recap here. We'll go ahead and roll into projections because it is 11:04. I want to get this wrapped up so we can get everybody's teams started and going. The projections this week, looking pretty much like we've been seeing all season. The same 5 quarterbacks basically running through here. I will point out that if you notice, Mahomes is not on this list. And there's a reason Mahomes is not on this list, I believe. It's a divisional game. And people are starting to recognize that Chiefs and other teams, when they play divisional games, they don't score as much as these outrageous points as they get because it's divisional. That being said, Kyler Murray's up there playing a divisional game against LA Rams. I think it's a little bit different. Their offense has been on fire all season, so you can kind of understand. And Lamar Jackson's up there. He can do it by himself. He doesn't need an offense. So, I don't know. We'll see how that's going the rest of the week or the rest of the way going through. Nunya, what are you thinking on those 5 up there alone? Are projections, any of them sticking out? Is there anything that you are not seeing that you think should be up there?
No, those are the ones I pretty much expect week over week. We might have Rodgers piggy not putting him up there in the division game, and we might have the issue, like you said, Mahomes. But yeah, I think those are strong projections, and I would not argue against any of them. I might, again, in that bigger Giants fan, I might take Herbert out of that list this week, and this week only.
No, C. Santa, I'm not hinting at you. Sorry. MIS, you've returned. Or is there anybody on that projections list that you'd like to have up there? Is there anybody you think should possibly be getting overlooked here that might have a great week?
Derek Carr.
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't see anybody. I think not just the division. I think the Raiders. I think you guys can run all over us.
I think you could put
think
2
that's
or
why
3 more
Mahomes
points
is
on
up
Derek
there.
Carr's score simply because L'Jarius Sneed's not in the game.
Yeah, most likely. And I mean, you can't discount the Raiders' pass rush. It disrupts people.
Yeah.
Whether we can get there.
Except for
But I think Mahomes is at a point which, if I'm a Chiefs fan, I like to see. It's not you guys are winning games when he's not at his
Right.
best.
They're doing it
You know
with
what I mean?
that. They're finding ways to manufacture wins.
And I'm not gonna lie, that defense has impressed me. That defense got me into the playoffs in my big league. It put up 20 points for me last week. So
Melvin Ingram has been a needed addition. He might be worth more than all of Frank Clark's contract. Just saying.
They also moved Frank Clark back inside, and it changed a lot.
Well, it moved Chris Johnson back inside, yeah. But yeah, that was a big deal because Chris Johnson did not need to be a defensive end. He is a ridiculously good DT, and he gets a lot of pass swats where he's at when he plays DT. So yeah. That being said, I do like Lamar Jackson this week against Cleveland. He just seems to play well against divisional opponents, especially Cleveland. Justin Herbert, I think, has a heck of a game today. Maybe 400 yards. I don't know. Maybe 400 yards, I feel. Even without Keenan Allen. I think they are air ball frequency going forward the rest of the season. I don't really care what Tom Brady does. I know it'll be 300 yards plus. That being said, let's go ahead and move into buy or sell. And again, if you guys are getting any questions out there, we are getting towards the end of the show here. We've got about 20 minutes left. If you've got any questions, go ahead and get them in now. We'll get them answered up to you because we are almost nearing the last segment. We'll probably just kind of chill and talk for the next couple minutes and finish out the day here. Let me get this pulled up. So buy or sell. I like this buy or sell list this week. You do a good job on these. I think all 3 of these are talkable quarterbacks, especially in the next 4 weeks going forward. Russell Wilson injured, still not 100%. Supposedly he's 100%. We all know that not to be the truth. They have no chance at the playoffs now. Technically, yes, they could win and still maybe get a division win and win their division if that division just fumbles apart. But other than that, they're not getting a wild card. Are you even feeling safe about playing Russell Wilson the rest of the season?
unfortunately, I have to. My back's against the wall. It was either trade out of something.
You both have Russell Wilsons. Okay.
And he has, you know, his point production hasn't been terrible the last 2 weeks. I wouldn't say I'm nowhere near as confident in Russ as I was when I drafted him, I'll tell you that. But late in the season, people roster quarterbacks sometimes to just keep them from other people, and that was the situation that I got in my league.
The Hall
I'm
of
going
Fame
with him.
league goes to week 18. Are you?
Oh, nice.
Right. Nunya's going to really be
Super Chat.
So, I had benched Russ every week since he got hurt, and I was glad I did because his thumb, or whatever, his finger tendon was bad, and he was way off. I watched most of the game last week. He's not 100% back, but he's damn close. I think Pete Carroll wants to win regardless. He's one of those coaches. He's not a give-up coach, and he's not a next-year coach. So, yeah, I'm rolling Russ this week. I've been playing musical chairs with quarterbacks. Russ is back in my lineup this week. I'm willing to take that chance. It's late in the season. Nobody's fault.
Okay.
I like Russ going forward.
Okay. I like that.
The big guy coming in with that super chat. Thank you, little big guy.
Thank you.
Fantasy and market games.
That's right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Major game.
Take care of it all.
And Jules, you says Adam Sandler or the stinky quarterback who got Jerry Maguire's Cuba Gooding hurt in the end zone.
Ooh.
That was probably the same quarterback that got him to show him the money. So I'm going to go with that quarterback. I think Adam Sandler was overrated in the longest yard. I think that team could have won on its own.
What about
They
Kush?
just
What about Kush? Would Kush been okay? Kush might
Yeah,
have been good.
might have been.
We never got to see it. We'll never know how Kush would have been in the NFL. Darn you, Jerry Maguire. All right. Got any more questions there? Joe Burrow. Rostered, not rostered. You're looking at Joe Burrow the rest of the season. What are you thinking? Is this a playoff-bound quarterback? Is this an AFC North winning quarterback in the sense of division winning quarterback? I know I called it week 1. We're almost to the end. What do you guys see? Joe Burrow, Nunya.
Other than the weather in Cincinnati, I'm very bullish on him, and I'm bullish going further forward, like more keeper league than right now.
Okay.
I think they have some offensive line issues that they'll take care of. But yeah, he processes fast. He's a guy who caught on right away. He in that time he'll look on his second receiver, his third receiver. He's got it, and he's, like you were saying earlier, he's got the weapons all over the place. He's got a running back. He's got 3 wide receivers. He's got a tight end. I'm bullish going forward on Burrow.
And a decently young line. From what I've checked, that line's not that old. Yeah.
I like what Nunya said. I like him long term. As far as him for the rest of the season, I'm not as bullish. I think he's got a tough stretch. Looking at this schedule, at home versus San Fran, then on the road at Denver, back home versus Baltimore, home versus Kansas City, finishes in Cleveland. So you got a couple divisional games there, and then you've got 2 other teams with good defenses. I put Kansas City in that category now. We know Denver's defense is. And I think he won't be forced to throw the ball. I think Mixon in all of those matchups, at least the next 3 weeks, San Francisco, Denver, Baltimore, I think Mixon will be the featured guy. And but still, I like Burrow. I have him on my bench behind Prescott. And hope he'll probably stay there the rest of the season. But I like him.
4
Got
weeks.
good receivers, good.
Sorry.
Now, like in the Hall of Fame league, okay, I got Prescott, and things can work out where Dallas can have a big lead in the NFC East and maybe be out of the bye situation. So just hypothetically, for me, in a Week 18 matchup, Cincinnati going to Cleveland, I'm not going to want to have to start him there, but in a meaningful game for Cincinnati, that may be my only option. So I'm holding on to him, even though I think Dak's going to be my scatter from here on out.
What I was going to say was 4 weeks ago, and you guys know this, I've been high on Cincinnati all year. 4 weeks ago, I would have said hands down they're winning the division. Then they had 2 really bad losses. 2 horrible losses to teams they should not have lost to. That kind of changes where I'm at with them right now. I still think they have a chance of winning the division, but I just don't know if it's a certain deal anymore because Baltimore and Pittsburgh are still battling around. I don't think Cleveland has a chance of winning this division. Technically, I guess they do, but I don't think that's possible. But I think Cincinnati still is the front runner at this point, but they got to finish out real strong. They need to win 4 of the next 5 to get this division and get a playoff spot, I think, in my eyes, because I think that division is just going to beast up on each other. And whoever walks out of there with 4 of the next 5 wins that division. But
Yeah, I agree.
coming back to a couple messages here in the chat. I really like what someone said here about Scott Bakula. And I would double down that Necessary Roughness is one of the greatest football movies of all time. But Scott Bakula also, because he can go back in
To
time.
travel through time.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
I agree.
All right, Nufo coming through here. Sorry, fellas. Taking a chance starting Mahomes versus the Raiders. Wish Pineapple Chipmunks well, Odie Fro, none your business in MIA. I'm not wishing you well, Nufo, because I'm playing you in the Fantasy Football Hall of Fame League, and I need you to lose, even with Mahomes.
And even though I regret saying this, Matt's Market, if you're out there, you have 2 running backs not playing in against me.
Gone Postal, if you're out there, get that roster set in the Rookie League. You got a chance at a playoff spot. Get that roster set.
But also, Matt's Market, you have no running backs to play, and I just went and picked up the top running backs on the thing. So whoever you're picking up isn't good anyway. So
There you go, lose.
You can still get a trade-off. You can still get a trade-off. You can still get a trade-off. All right, let's do one more buy-sell here, and then let's have some fun to finish up the rest of the week. Ryan Tannehill, I'm going to put a big...
real quick, though, Tomlin would destroy Claypool in a pillow fight. Tomlin's got grown man strength.
Yeah. I don't know where that question came from, but yeah. Oh, okay. Jules Fortnite. Okay, gotcha. Fort to know. Sorry.
You're just loving today.
I know.
Leonard Fortnite, Jules Fortnite.
I keep seeing these commercials for this iceberg Fortnite thing, and it just keeps showing up everywhere I go. Where this iceberg like flips over, and it's like new season available Fortnite. I'm like, I've never played this game before.
They added Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man's coming. All right, Ryan Tannehill. Nunya, where are you at with him?
He's a top 10 quarterback. He's not a top 5 quarterback. I think he's way more effective with a healthy Derrick Henry. So, yeah, I'm not a fan the rest of the season. Daily fantasy either. Next year.
I think today will be interesting to see how he plays with Julio back. I agree 100%. He's a much better quarterback with Derrick Henry. But since he's came to Tennessee, he's performed pretty good down the stretch. End of the season. Nowhere near how he played in Miami, obviously.
They got to an AFC Championship game one year, I believe.
Yeah, because Kenyon Drake was going bananas down there. Are you talking about Miami or Tennessee?
Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee. And
Chiefs.
He's kind of proved that it's not just all the Derrick Henry show. You know what I mean?
He can throw for 300. He's done that multiple times.
Yeah. I'm not looking to start him. I'm not going out looking to get him. But I actually just grabbed him. He's my backup in the league with Russell Wilson. So
Tannehill to me is the southern version of your boy up there in Buffalo, Josh Allen. Tannehill is Josh Allen light. Okay, he'll get you to a playoffs, and then he chokes. They always do it, the two of them, and Tannehill's been there multiple teams, multiple times, and he chokes. He's been to AFC Championship games. He's been to divisional playoff games. He's hosted playoff games. He's never been able to put together a 4-game winning streak in the playoffs to get him to a Super Bowl. I don't know if that's possible with him. Maybe he needs Derrick Henry 100% healthy all the time and 2 wide receivers or something, but he's got one of those mentalities. He's just not one of those guys that gets over the hump. So I stay away from Tannehill. I will make one point.
Kirk Cousins light?
Yeah, Kirk Cousins light. Exactly. Exact same situation.
Yeah.
Lamar, same thing. He's gotten to the playoffs a bunch. Farts every time he gets there. Yeah. But I'll say this about Tannehill. I don't even know how to put it the right way. I would play him to a point the rest of the season, especially in daily fantasy, because I do think he's a cheap quarterback that can get you 300 points at like a cheap price in daily fantasy. As not a high starter, but he can do starter quality things against certain defenses. So I don't know. I'm just not a fan of Tannehill.
I agree with that.
He's on one of those lists of like below top 10 quarterbacks that could still do 4,000 yards in a season, maybe. Who knows? I'm not a fan of Tannehill, but I believe, unless we have some questions or anything else, we are running at about 11:31. So before we jump off here, I'm going to do a quick Twitter bounce real quick. Nunya, if you want to do the same thing. And
That's where I'm at.
good deal. Figured that was the case.
I think Jonathan Mox and new folk that he had more.
Oh, they are still coming up with good ones.
And,
Holy moly. Lance Harvard or Jonathan Mox. Wow.
I think Lance Harbor, we knew was destined to pursue a coaching career. After that injury, the way Mox kind of took over. I think Mox's best throw was when he hit his dad in the face.
No, when he hit the cowboy on the sideline.
Yeah, that was good too.
That was cool.
I just didn't appreciate that they had the dude from the creek on. They should have had somebody else. But that's neither here nor there.
Nunya, I'm not seeing any late crazy stuff.
Nothing new.
I'm going to flip us back to weather here just to see if anything's updated on weather. Just let everybody know that's the list of games again today.
Gen Matt, Julio Jones or Darnell Mooney?
Ooh, oh man.
I got those both rostered.
Taking a gamble on Julio.
I have to start both of them.
Yeah, you're taking a gamble on Julio, and you're feeling good about Mooney, but you don't know if that's an everyday thing.
Julio's quarterback.
No, I think Mooney will get his targets with Fields.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he has the higher upside. I probably start Mooney. He has the higher upside.
Yeah, I mean, I think Julio Jones is at the Jerry Rice Raider stage of his career. Catch the ball and go down. Catch the ball, avoid big hits, things like that. So I think, and Mooney is electric. Mooney can make some big plays. Just a matter of how they do it. I think Montgomery is going to be the workhorse over there today, but I need Mooney.
Yeah. I think you're taking a gamble on Julio, but it could pay off. Mooney, you know what you're going to get. At least you kind of have an expectation of what you're going to get. Julio, you don't know if he's even going to get an attempt. He may just be a decoy just to try to get that offense moving again. But I said that about DeAndre last weekend, and DeAndre caught a pass within the first 2 minutes of the game, so I could be wrong. I just want to make a quick little thing here for everybody that's listening, because a lot of you are members. Next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern, we will be doing a members-only chat. Basically going over all the stuff we're doing here in the channel. It'll be all the hosts, Lindsay, Bulldog, everybody will be part of it. And it'll be, again, at 3 p.m. Eastern over here in the YouTube chat. It'll be members only, so if you want to watch this, you got to become a member. So please hit that subscribe button. And also sign up for that channel membership. It'll give you that little badge next to your name. It'll give you all the emojis. And you'll get insider stuff like we'll be producing next week. It's going to be a real fun thing to do. We're trying to make sure we make one of those at least once a month, I believe. MAA, is that right? We're going to try to do that like once a month, the insider members-only videos. And if you can, join up and we'll be there. You guys got any closing statements or anything you'd like to tell the jury?
No, just thank you guys for showing out today, man. It was a nice stream. Seems like we got the technical issues cleared up, and I'm ready for some freaking Raider football.
I think the solar flares are finally going. Could be a lot better week of streaming the stocks and markets. So hopefully everybody's around here through the week. We should have a lot cleaner of a week. Nunya is enjoying some fun time down there in Florida till Wednesday, so if you give him a shout out, let him know to get some sun and enjoy that warm weather before he has to drag his butt back up to Ohio.
Yeah. Hey,
there you go. Zuhaib has one real quick. Yep, there you go.
Jamar Chase, Hollywood Brown, or D-Hop, and he needs to start two. Those are three great choices. I leave out Hollywood in that case.
Right, every time.
I do too.
Chase, Stud, D-Hop should be great.
Hollywood's emergency of those three only. If you got those three on your roster, Hollywood's emergency play only. You start the other two every time.
There's a good point by Lieutenant Likes. There's also a members-only giveaway.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm not 100% sure what it is, so I don't want to say it, but there is going to be a members-only giveaway on Saturday afternoon. It's going to be pretty good, so make sure you get over to that game. Nufo coming through with the bold prediction. What's he saying? I missed it. 400-yard TD loss.
400 yards, 3 TDs in the loss. I'll take it.
Oh, wow. So he's going to beat me, and the Raiders are going to... That's all he cares about is Nufo wants to beat me and make the Raiders win.
Hopefully 2 of those will be to Tyreek Hill.
And MIA has the big cheese. That's what D-Grade's saying.
I always had the big cheese.
Big cheese. All right, so I'm going to shut this bad boy down. I need to help my buddy over here, Nunya, get a roster lined up. I know MIA is going to grab his kid and go watch some good football, and then watch the Raiders lose after that. So, hey-o! We are now into full Raider hater mode here on the Bulldog Trading Channel. Cassie, anytime you want to jump in on this, get into this.
Have a crypto rip. Let's have a crypto rip when we switch back to the crypto stream.
That would be nice, no doubt.
Thoughts for a crypto rip.
That would be very nice.
That's what I'm talking about.
So again, thank you everybody for joining us here today. We really appreciate it. I'm gonna get us switch back over to the crypto stream, and as you know, we'll be in the Discord watching some football here in about 30 minutes. Welcome,
Christian Kirk and Marvin Jones Jr. I go.
Christian Kirk. I don't know. Marvin Jones Jr. might have a good week. I don't know. That's your guys' call.
I just look at opportunities. A lot of mouths to feed in Arizona.
Absolutely.
I mean, a lot of mouths are starving in Jacksonville, though. So I don't know. What do you think, Nunya?
Marvin Jones Jr. I guess has more opportunity in my eyes.
Yeah, probably. Probably true. I think Christian Kirk's got a lot of upside, though, especially with all those weapons back. He could have one of those games where he just goes 80 yards, 2 touchdowns on 3 catches. But
I think next year they don't bring back A.J. Green. They may bring his role up a little bit. I just like you guys were both saying, he could have a great game, but there's just way too many mouths to feed.
There's lots of mouths to feed, and Marvin Jones and Chenault are like the only 2 there besides Robinson. So you know you're good with Marvin Jones or Chenault. They're going to get 5 targets at least. You don't know you're getting 5 targets with Kirk. Now, again, it could be 3 targets and there's 80 yards on those 3, but that's just like a wish in a bucket at that point.
Yeah, for sure.
Play the proper hand, Robert. Now, it depends on what league, too, Robert. If you're going for that spoiler mode and it doesn't really matter, run with the big league play. See if you can get some Kirk love. But otherwise, if you're going for a playoff spot in the Hall of Fame league, do the smart move. Be the smart guy. Just my opinion. All right. That being said, we got any more? You got any more? Sabrina coming in there with that Go Baltimore.
Go Baltimore.
Happy football and cheers, y'all.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
We got, after this week, 4 more of these. Oh, shout out to next Saturday, guys. Not only do you need to worry about the Thursday game, but Saturday starts next week. There are games on Saturday, so your rosters need to be set by Thursday night, and don't mess around. Get your roster set.
What we're going to try to do, so keep your eyes out for that. We're going to try to put together a little video, and maybe we can get it out by Wednesday, Odie and Nunya.
Yeah, possibly.
Just covering the Thursday night and the Saturday games.
That way you're not left behind before we get in here on Sunday. Yep.
Yeah.
We'll work on that, guys, for you. But, yeah, definitely, even if we don't, make sure you got your rosters set up for Thursday and Saturday games. There's only double headers, I think, on 2 channels on Saturday, so it might be 4 games total. And then we got the 1 game on Thursday, so that's like 5 of the games for Thursday and Friday, or Thursday and Saturday. But stay on top of that.
And real quick, guys, show Nunya a little bit of extra love there. I mean, Odie, too. Odie's always works a full-time job during the week. Nunya, away for work, didn't say could have easily set this one out today, and it wouldn't have been a big deal at all because he's down there working, traveling, away from the missus, but still coming through yesterday, today. Awesome job, Nunya. Thank you for everything, as always, man. Really appreciate it.
You do. 100%.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you guys so much. all love to the family, and I know, they do everything for us. We do everything for them. It's for them.
Absolutely.
Right.
And hopefully you get to see a couple of them while you're down there.
I hope so. Looks like I may get to see at least GTA. We're talking back in Discord.
There you go.
Love it,
find
it,
in
man.
Discord if you're close. See if you can meet up. He's got a little bit of time down there, guys.
That's right. If you're listening out there, I know Duck Williams and I know Space Coast Trader. You guys are both here too, so I'm here for the week.
Awesome. All right, guys. Good luck to everybody on with their teams, with their fantasy today. And remember, guys, only got a couple weekends left before Christmas, so be sure to enjoy some of the holiday spirit today as well. And hey, it's Sunday. It's the football god's day.
That's right. We'll see you guys next week.
Hey, Tana May.
Have a good one, guys.
Hey, Tana. All right.
Cheers.